Morning, everyone. We're back with another episode of Stock Dads TV. And to kick things off with us this morning, we have Aaron Ellis. Aaron, go ahead and take it away, my friend.
Good morning, everybody. How we doing tonight? Smash the like. Lyle, good morning. Mr. Will, Lar, Tommy, up and Adam. Miss Mary Rose, how are you? Omar, good morning. Miss Paz, good morning. Give everybody a couple minutes here. Nate, what up? Hopefully you guys survived 40 degrees in Florida or in Texas. Sorry. I know that's rough for you guys down there. Morning. Is the volume a little low, guys, or is it good? Peter said it was a little low. Morning, Nat. Morning, Ty. Thank you, sir. I just rotate. I rotate through about 3 or 4 in the mornings when it's chilly out. Yeah, it's so hard. 41 degrees. Yeah, I know you're struggling down there in Texas, Nate. All right, JK, what up? All right. Yep, so we were just talking, Tyler and I. It's supposed to be 50 degrees here. It's just nuts. 50 degrees on Thursday. Isn't that crazy? All right, how's everybody's volume? Morning, Miss Tomika, big winner. Hey, Dunny, what's up? Aaron Dunn's only about 30 minutes from me. A little north. All right. Lars golfing today. Good at you guys. Audio is much better. Awesome. Great. Good. Thanks, Mika. I have 69 in Vegas. Jeez. Man, what am I doing living here? What are we doing, Dunny? There's all these people that, I don't know. It'd be hard to farm down there, wouldn't it? You'd have to change your whole operation. I don't even know where the cutoff for corn and soybeans is. Where would the cutoff? I don't know. They got that in Tennessee, corn and soybeans, Tennessee. Is that too far south? Morning, Miss Amanda. Another one that's not complaining about the weather, I'm sure. Probably a nice sunny and 70 in Florida. It was minus 14 when you left North Dakota. Jeez. Yeah, North Dakota. I was there. Gosh, when was I there? This was my freshman year. Bowling Green. We were there over Christmas time, I think. And that's a different level of cold. And the thing is, you could stand on a pop can and see for like 90 miles. Like there's nothing breaking the wind. Nothing breaking the wind there. Have corn down in Texas? Really? That's got to be a whole different project, though, doing it that way. Oh, yeah, North Dakota's big hockey state. Fighting Sioux. Yeah, North Dakota is a big hockey school. We stayed at, don't laugh at me, but when we went and played there, we stayed at a hotel called the Westward Ho Hotel. Good times. All right. Morning, Frank. Saw a cornfield in Waco, Texas. Nice. All right. Okay, everybody. All right, so let's get started. It was a classy place, Kels. The Westward Ho was a classy place. All right. I know. I was waiting for something like that, Edward. Well done. Good morning. Jay Wavy, what's up? Chris, what's up? All right. Okay. So let's get started. So starting off on news, this is a big news morning. This is the biggest news morning we've had in a while, obviously, other than FOMC. Do you guys have that? You guys got the right one, right? Let's see. Yeah, you got the right one. Okay, so with news this morning here at 8:30. All right, we got a whole mess of news coming in, including non-farm employment change. Now, this is NFP. If you hear people call it NFP, non-farm payroll, that's what it used to be called. This is usually on a Friday, but I think they're playing catch up with all the news events from the shutdown. So we got unemployment rate, retail sales, non-farm employment change, core retail sales, average hourly earnings. This ADP weekly employment change, oh, it did come out. Okay. So that was tentative. But so we'll see all this news. And then right after that, 9:45, don't let this sneak up on you. This is one of those news events because of the time that could sneak up on you. So 9:45, this flash manufacturing PMI, flash services PMI. Now remember, above 50 is expansion, below 50 is contraction. So they're forecasting 52 and 54. So we'll see where these come in. But these are major news events, guys. Absolutely major news events. Okay. And then moving on into the rest of the week. Now, not a whole lot tomorrow, right? But then once we get into Thursday, right, we've got the Euro's Fed announcement, so to speak. Now, this is going to affect our dollar. All right. So our dollar strength and weakness. So this is actually a big deal at 8:15. And then we've got our unemployment claims, all right, at 8:30. So these initial claims prints are always weekly a big deal. All right, so we're getting our whole mess of everything back. And remember, this is the last full week, right, of trading for 2025. All right, so ending it off with a bang. Now we do have, where's CPI? CPI is on, where did CPI go? Am I missing something? Okay. There it is. All right. Whew. I was losing my mind. So we have the year over year CPI at 8:30 on Thursday. Okay. So obviously CPI inflation print, big deal. All right. I knew it was on there somewhere. So that, again, that's on Thursday along with our unemployment claim. So we got a bunch of news. Nonetheless, we got a bunch of news packed in. All right. Going into the rest of this week. So it should be exciting. All right. So we'll see here. Obviously, there's a whole slew of stuff coming out in about 6 minutes. So not the best time to put on a brand new position. All right. Okay. I don't even know if I can say it right. Huge, huge, huge. I can't do the impersonation. I assume that's what you were going after, Ed, because we're like this. I can finish your sentences. All right. So as of right now, too, we don't have to look at it. We're still pricing in about an 80% chance of a rate pause in the next meeting. So we'll see after we start getting these news events back if we start getting any more rate cuts priced in. The next rate cut that's priced in is in April. All right. Okay. Let's get to it then. Let's get to it. Bear with me. There we go. Okay. Now we've got some wonky stuff going on with rollovers, right? We know that. So today, what the hell day is today? Tuesday. Today's the last day of this current VIX contract. All right. Remember, we go over rollover once a month, right? So we can still, whether you're looking at the new one, which is the F, or you're looking at the continuous, well, I guess I should say this, Trading View, yours is going to look jacked up. Okay, it always does every month. So I would say today, Trading View, look at the F, no, look at the Z contract, Z or Z. All right. And you'll have the same draws as me. All right. So we're still going from these 1985s, great year, all right, to our lows down here at 1595. There was our pullback, right? This was on Friday. That was a big sell-off on Friday, right back into resistance. Now we've still got targets way down there. Okay, 1595 or 15 even. All right. Now inside of this, we were looking at this a couple different ways yesterday. But price has kind of shown us how it's working here. So from this high on Friday, this 11:15 high, all right, this was our first pullback right here. All right, and we never did hit this target. We were contemplating yesterday whether we were coming halfway back, and you could still look at it like that. We just don't want to misidentify a trend break. This is kind of what we were looking at yesterday. But if we came 2 ticks away from this, right? 2 ticks away from our target, which we do consider hit, but let's be on the conservative side because we don't want to misidentify a trend break. Then we're on the wrong side, chasing our tails until we realize we messed up. Okay, so we're drawn from this high at 11:30 Eastern Friday to our lows at 1:15 on Friday. All right, there was our pullback, haven't hit our target, pulled back again, no target, and then we traded this overnight. We traded it yesterday, and then we traded it overnight right here. This is Europe. All right, and the only thing we're really watching, we got targets down here at 15.95. I knew that 15.95 was in my head for some reason. And then our larger targets down here at 15. So yes, the 17, yeah, good call, Chris. Yep, 1734, round up. Okay, hold on. I got to replace that cord. 1735, just ignore me. 1735, round up to, or 1734, round up, 35, add a tick, 40. Yes, you nailed it. 1740 is the line in the sand. Okay, and when we're in situations like this too, the 40, right, we break the 40, we trade 45, and then we've got room up here. All right, so the indices could continue to show weakness. Now, what we're watching, we got news in 2 minutes, guys. Coming out of this, we've always got to watch, all right, our opposing move. And that's drawn from these lows at 9:30 yesterday morning. All right. See, the first time it broke, but now we've made a new high. So that can reactivate this anchor here. So we still haven't officially broken this opposing move yet. Now that'd be a whole different trend change, but with this news, that it could do that, right? It could lift off of this. We haven't broken this yet. So what we're going to watch, a break of this would be, let me make sure I got it drawn right. Yep, 50s, don't need to round, just subtract a tick, 45. Right, we break the 45s. All right, then we confirmed our targets below us. Okay, so that could be the only thing that could really get in the way. All right, so what we're going to watch, and this news will tell us a lot, obviously, is are we going to start trending out of these highs? You can see we already started trending here. Right there, bang, bang. Now I'm not going to draw up that extension yet. We'll just continue to trail from those highs. All right. Yeah, trip. Yeah, that's what I was just showing. Yep, right there. Yep, we had our first pullback out of these highs. Yep, absolutely. We did go to and through this target, but that's a little aggressive for me right now, is to draw up that lows to lows, right? So let's just continue to trail from these highs. All right. So what we've got to watch out for here, and remember, this is, I didn't say this, but this is VX. This is the VIX futures, okay? This is the futures of VIX. This leads the US indices. It runs inverse, all right? And it leads. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. That's just how it works. Okay, hang on, 8:30. Let's see what we got. All right, let's go to news here. I'll let you guys see this. Craziness. Let's see. All right, Duck. Oh my gosh, Tamika, did we break? All over the place. It's got me all excited. Yes, we broke. Okay, so we broke the opposing move. Bing, bang, boom, right there. Right, broke it, confirmed our shorts from highs. Market liked that news, at least initially. Now, what we have to watch out for is, obviously you guys can see it, right? The range. We've got to watch if we get down here like we did, back up, right? So that's what happened yesterday. We just came back down to these lows right here at 11:30 and just squeezed back higher and just squeezed back lower. So we'll see if we start to trend. Okay. So that long's broken. So now we can officially look for this. right? If we get a pullback. Now we could go into extensions. Well, we're right in the middle of news events. So, and remember, we got another one at 9:45, a big one at 9:45. What we're going to do is just start trailing from these highs. That's normally how the VIX is going to work, right? So these highs, 2:30 a.m. this morning, that was right before the European Open. We're just going to start trailing those to lows. There could be something more aggressive, but we don't know that that's there yet. If it shows itself, great, we can work off of it. But that's what we'll work off of as of now. All right. Now, going into tomorrow, going into tomorrow, all right, this is where things kind of get really exciting for the indices. Okay, because tonight the VIX is going to roll over. Now, let's say we rolled over right now. Okay, it's trading at 1625. All right, so let's just say a rollover right now, 1625. We're going to be somewhere in this area, right? 1625. So if we go to I'm sorry, I did that backwards. Let's go to the new contract. Okay. Tamika, something funny happened this morning. It made me think of you laughing at me. I could not get the data for the new VIX contract. I'm sitting here looking at it and I'm like, this is stupid. There's something wrong with TOS, right? Starting to get frustrated. It's VXF26, guys, not 25. It kept looking for the 25 data, which doesn't exist in the world. So I was sitting around getting irritated with myself or getting irritated with TOS until I realized it was user error. So when VXF26, all right. So it's trading right now at 1845. All right. So we're going to take 1845, and this is what's exciting for the indices. All right. 1845 is going to break this when we roll over. Remember, they just cut and paste wherever the price is. So 1845 is going to end up, it's going to break this. More than likely, it's going to break this extension short. Okay. So 1845 is up here. All right. Now, when you look at our highs to lows, all right, what normally is going to happen is those 1845s, they're going to dance around. See, I said dance around. Some of you guys have been trying to catch me on that one. They're going to dance around a bit, and then we watch for our old contract lows to new contract highs. So those 1840, let's say we open at 1860, 65, whatever. Okay, look how far that pullback is, because we're not going to go straight up to this. Well, more than likely, we're not going to go straight up to this next resistance level. We're going to make a pullback first. But that pullback is a monster. That's all the way down here. That is a lot of VIX weakness and a lot of indice strength. Okay. We only ran into it, I think, twice this year where we rolled over when we were in longs, and that jacks everything up. I think that was what, Nate, 2 rollovers ago that we were talking about that, where we rolled, or actually it was two rollovers in a row. We rolled over and the VIX was in longs, which jacks everything up, which makes things backwards. But if we do roll over, say at these 1865s, that's a big pullback, right? Like I said, we might dance around up here for a little bit, but eventually, right, unless there's a news event or something, we're going to make this monster pullback. That monster pullback is an insane amount of indice strength. Okay, so that's pretty cool. Now we'll cross that bridge when we come to it tomorrow. But just to show that there's some real possibilities here. All right, so going into the day, we're gonna trail from these highs, start looking for pullbacks that we can sell on the VIX, i.e. buy on the indices. Right now, the only crappy thing again is if we get to the bottom of the range and then it does this and breaks through again and then goes whatever. We'll deal with that, right? But hopefully we make this pullback before we get down here, because if we make this pullback before we get down here, that could light that fuse to push us through, and that's indice strength. Okay. All right, that was a lot. I know that was a lot. Any questions on where this is where, with everything said and done, just this picture right here. This is what we're doing. What's right in front of us right now, right? We can only control what's right in front of us. And this is what's right in front of us. Any questions? Any questions? Oh, you were doing the same thing, RC? Nice. I'm not the only one that couldn't find the new contract because I was putting 25 instead of 26. There you go. Don't feel bad, RC. I'm doing it too. All right. Okay, everybody good? All right. So we'll see if we get these pullbacks, and that would lead us, and you'll see this on the indices too. You'll see a juicy long on the indices here. Okay, moving on to bank. Speaking of 2026, it is creeping up on us. Right there. There's 2026. The dreaded dotted line. All right, so bank is still in longs, right? Extension longs from December 9th to our highs. Remember, this is just an index, but bank is rising. All right, that's the indices have the little rocket booster on the side of them. When bank is falling, right, no rocket booster. Ship, anchor, hard to go up, easier to go down. You saw the perfect example of that yesterday, right? You could see the indices wanted to go up yesterday, right? They found support and they were trying, but we had no financial strength, right? So again, it's like a boat anchor, you know, it wants to go, and you know, until you pull up anchor and our financials join the party, it's really hard, right? It's really hard. So we'll see where we open up, what direction we get moving here, right? So we're still in longs. We're still in longs. Okay, so now moving on to the ES. All right, okay, so follow me. I'm looking at the continuous contract. Okay, now on the continuous, TOS rolled it already. Okay, so we were kind of looking yesterday at the other gap fill because they had just rolled it, the gap fill of the new contract. Well, now the new contract's on here. So the new contract has had a 4 o'clock close. So we're looking at this. I don't know why I'm waving at the screen like that's going to help, but we're looking at this. We're looking at the continuous because the new contract is on the continuous now. And now we've had a new contract close, a new contract 4 p.m. close. Okay, we've had a new contract 4 p.m. close. All right, so this is where we've been. 11/24, November 24th, been there, that anchor for a while. You can see this big old sneaky snake up here, right? Big old sneaky snake up here. So 11/24 to our December 5th highs, right? Came back down into this extension, right? That's right, Nate. Yeah, thank you very much. Appreciate that. All the way back to the top of the range, back to the bottom yesterday, almost to the bottom yesterday. All right, VIX hit resistance. That's why we didn't make it here. VIX hit resistance, rolled over, and there's our squeeze. So where are we at? Well, we can trail from the bottom of the range. We can start looking at, since the VIX broke that opposing move, we can start trailing longs from lows all the way back to the top of the range. All right. So that's what we're looking at, inverse of the VIX, right? Just inverse of the VIX. Just remember, these can be a little sloppy because it's not going to bounce until, if this makes a pullback, the indices aren't going to bounce until the VIX rolls back over, right? So we'll see. If this just melts, you know what's coming, right? If we get a VIX melt, then we're just grinding, annoyingly grinding higher. Okay. So as far as our gap fill, this was nuts this morning. Look at Europe, right? There's 245. There's 3 o'clock. Straight, boop, pull back right into the fill. This filled, I was laughing. This filled, the first time it came up here, it filled to the tick. 68.79, the high on this candle right here at 7:15 a.m., 68.79. Europe got its fill down here, got its gap fill, bam, right? Isn't that crazy? So gap is filled, pre-market, still 100% in play. And now it's dancing right on top of it. It's dancing on the bar right here. So here's 10 points away to the upside. Here's 10 points away to the downside. All right, so we'll see. Now let's look at 20 just for giggles here. 89, 79, 69, 59. So 59, we could still be in this pullback. Right, 59, we could still be in this pullback. See if I can get it. Feeling lucky. 59, get it. Get it. Oh, no. All right. So we could fall into this pullback, still be within our 20 points into the gap fill continuation of the trend. Okay. It's all about when the VIX gets the resistance. You guys know that. Did yesterday's gap fill last night? Yes, but the gap isn't considered fill, right? You can trade the gap fill a million times, but market participants don't consider it filled until it fills during regular market hours. So it's still in play, right? It is absolutely still in play. Yep. So 68.79 even. All right, hopefully we get a little pullback. If not, if we open above, guys, watch for the fill, right, to be a support level to lead us higher. All right, again, all depends on what the VIX is doing. All right, but as of right now, we're dancing around it. All right. Okay. See, I'm still wondering about that. Tamika was mentioning when they open it like 20, what is it? 23.7 or whatever it's going to be. UK, you're probably looking at the old contract. Yeah, we're looking at the front month now. So we're looking at H as in hotel. Or if you're at that 68.20, yeah, you're probably looking at H. Or rollover's fun, isn't it? This is H. Okay, so let's look at H. The only reason I'm looking at the continuous is because TOS rolled it already. Okay, so we had a 4 p.m. close on the new contract. This was the first 4 p.m. close we had on the new contract after it had rolled over. Okay. All right. Okay. Any questions, guys? VIX, bank, gap fill before I get moving here because I kind of got to get boogieing. All right. Everybody good? Rollover is always fun, isn't it? It's not as complicated as we make it out to be. It's just different. And you know how well we all do with change. So, all right, what's the VIX making a pullback? Yep, VIX starting to make this pullback. Okay. Now, if we break through this, we know what's going on. We're going back to our highs. And we're just in a range and we can trade the range. All right. Okay, so moving on. Now, NASDAQ, still in these longs. All right, this is what we're watching. From this low on 1121 to our highs. Remember this? We came down and we traded that 38.2, ripped away. There's our contract rollover. We have dipped into that low and created that bear trap right there. All right, pretty cool. So we created this bear trap right here, right? And there's our lift off. So we're going to watch the same thing. All right, now NASDAQ's been the weakest, right? It's been the weakest of the indices because we were talking about this. NVIDIA's in shorts right now. All right, so NASDAQ's been the weakest. All right, but that's what we're going to watch. So let the ES gap fill in the VIX be your guide, just like every morning if you're trading the NASDAQ. But there's our pullback. There's our pullback. Remember, this right here is equating with that. Okay, so we'll see if we get this squeeze and then roll over, and that would send the indices down into those pullbacks and then lift off. All right, so there's the NASDAQ. All right, moving on to the YM and the Russells. The YM has been flying. Okay, why? Because bank is in these longs, right? The Russells and the YM. Russells actually was a little bit weak yesterday because of bank, but the Russells and the YM in their trends are flying because banks and longs. So the YM's in a new extension of an extension now. All right, this is awesome. So our first extension was from 1124. Remember that? We've had that level forever on everything. To our highs, pullback, we went to and through that target. We broke this extension the first time, but then we made a new high, didn't we? Right? Broke that extension, it was sloppy, then we made a new high. And actually that went to target. Bam, right there. All right, so there's just highs to highs, just continuing up. All right, continuing up in these extensions. There's your pullbacks. All right, pretty awesome. Now, same thing as always, we're gonna lather, rinse, repeat, right? We're gonna watch for the opposing move to break, and then we can draw the next long, right? I wouldn't draw the long quite yet. I'm always a little suspect trading the YM and the Russells before bank opens. I'm not trying to set any records here. I just want the easy stuff, right? So we'll see. We'll see when bank opens what direction it gets moving, right? Because it affects the Russells and the YM the most. All right, but that's support. That's massive support right there. Right, targets are up here at 49,358. All right, pretty cool. All right, Russell's actually was sloppy yesterday in its extension. Okay, but again, if bank stays in this uptrend, this is not going to matter. I mean, this is ugly. Don't give it. I see it too. I see it too. And big M for murder, right? Broke the neckline. Textbook. If you read in a textbook, this is a double top, but textbooks don't mention what's going on actually under the hood. So if we see bank open up and rally, it's taking the Russells up regardless of where it is. All right. So we're going to have to watch. If bank starts to fall, if bank weakens, you can see coming out of this resistance that there is a short right there. I'll trade it to the tick. All right. So just all a matter of what bank's going to do. And there, again, we talked about this about a month ago, how there were going to be some incredible opportunities on the Russells. And that was way back here when bank changed trend. Keep in mind too, if the Russells makes a big pullback, okay, it's really easy to swing trade the Russells. The Russells is the easiest to just grab something and hang on to. Okay, not in the futures markets. Use ETFs or a different instrument, but because you can just go off a bank. So as long as bank stays in the uptrend, Russells is eventually going higher. Simple as that. That's just how it works, right? It's like a dog on a leash, right? It's like one of those retractable leashes, actually. You know, if bank gets too far away, the retractable leash, they hit the button, and Russell's got to play catch up. All right. I don't know where that one came from, but there you go. That's what it's like. Kind of like gold and silver. Gold gets too far ahead, it's got to hit the retractable leash button, and silver's got to play catch up. All right. Okay, so there's the indices. What do we got going here? All right. Wag the dog, yes. Is it the tail that wags the dog, Ed, or the dog that wags the tail? All right. Okay, so we'll see this pullback. We might get an entry here. Okay. All right. Any questions? VIX Bank indices? God, the dollar is just collapsing. That's very bullish for our precious metals and the indices. Stock does what I tell it to do. All right, moving on. So Bitcoin. Now, development on Bitcoin, that extension short that we've had from the October 7th, 17th to lows, never broke on spot either. We've been talking about this for a while. We pierced the opposing move, no matter how you draw it. I was trying this morning. I was like, did it? Yeah. It broke. Confirming targets down to 75,323. So now we can look to add potentially, or more of kind of a little swing trade. I say little, but this is Bitcoin. Nothing is little on Bitcoin. But there's that pullback now. Pretty cool. If you're positioned right for this, and you should be, if you're going to trade this, you should be, because we've been talking about it for, I don't know, 4 years that this was coming. So we'll see. We'll see. All right. So moving on, gold and silver. This looks pretty cool, actually. So here's gold. The extent or the long that it's in, right, is from December 2nd to our highs. Now that long came, this was a little wonky. Remember, we had the new contract, rollover is always fun. New contract, lows to highs. There were the pullbacks, a little bit sloppy. And this is our next measured move. We came back down and redefended that. Remember, second test is the dangerous test, right? Second test is the dangerous test, meaning the second test of a level is the one you don't want to trust until it proves itself, because you have to have a whole new group of buyers stepping in here, okay? So defended it, and again, we'll watch for the opposing move to break. You guys seen a pattern here? Watch for the opposing move to break, right? Then draw lows to highs and then buy into that. All right, hasn't broken yet, but that's a nice defense right there. That's a really nice defense right there. All right, moving on to silver. Okay, silver is just something. Extension long from October 16th to highs. Never even made it down to that next pullback. Okay, we're starting to get a little wedge here, but it's all bullish, right? There's nothing bearish about silver. Could we make pullbacks? Yeah, absolutely. But you'll see what happened here. We broke the short from highs right there. Then overnight, we broke this long from lows right there. All right. And I bet this is what I was watching this morning. And then we just broke the next short from highs. So we're going into a wedge here, right? So we could get tighter and tighter and tighter and tighter in there. All right, not a whole lot to do right here, but pretty cool. Everything's long, right? Precious metals are bullish, especially with this craziness going on. So here's the dollar, right? Here's DXY. This is a bunch of currencies put together. All right, but when this is falling, that's dollar weakness. All right, most of the time. December 4th, that extension pierced and it looked sloppy, but it didn't break on the euro. And remember, this is just an index. Over 50% of this is the euro. All right, so this doesn't lead anything. It just follows what's inside of it. So from those lows on December 4th, right, we hit that target. Obviously, you can see that. Target hit, starting to get our pullback off our target. So same anchor, new low. All right, so we could see some brief dollar strength back into dollar weakness. All right, so let's look at the actual currencies. So here's the dollar yen. The dollar yen was moving my screen this morning. Isn't that crazy? One of those where it's at the bottom and your screen keeps moving down. All right, so what we'll have to watch on the dollar yen, okay, is we are back down at support. All right, from July 31st to our highs, we are back down at support. But we haven't broken shorts yet, so it means zero until we break short setups. All right, we're in this series heading south. This is all dollar weakness, okay? All dollar weakness. All right, so there's our next one. We've hit both of these targets. All right, there's the larger target. We broke an extension if we drew that up. So the most aggressive we could possibly get would be a next measured move from this high, okay? Even though we've traded it once, because that would follow the series. So we could make this pullback, right? We could make this pullback right here. And that's the pullback we would have to watch. And of course, there's going to be the halfway back, but that's the pullback we would have to watch, because if that breaks coming off of this support, we could be having a whole nother conversation. All right. But this rising dollar strength, falling dollar weakness most of the time. All right. So here's the euro. Holy moly. So let me zoom out real quick. I got to book in, but not that. I want that. Okay. That's what I wanted to see. I haven't looked at that lately. I'm just going to put something there so I know there's a line there for some reason. Okay. So here's the series we're in. Extension longs. This is all dollar weakness, guys. right? This is all dollar weakness. Look at that. Bam, bam. Isn't that so cool? From our highs on December 4th, all right, that's our anchor, December 4th, bang, target, profit taking, next measured move. All right, from those December 4th highs to highs. All right, so you can see there's a little bit of room for a pullback if we make it. All right, there's a little bit of room for dollar strength back into dollar weakness. Okay, British pound probably broke something here. I haven't looked at it yet. See, it broke that. So there we go. All right, there's the pounds extension long 1126 to our highs on December 11th. All right, pull back, pull back, pull back. It didn't quite get to its target, so but it did break the opposing move. So there could be this pullback right here, not that. There could be this pullback right here. It looks like it's starting to find support. Now we have to watch this, right, because we dipped into the high. But if the euro keeps trucking, right, then obviously the pound and the euro move together. So, okay, so this is all dollar weakness, right? Could have brief dollar strength back into dollar weakness. Targets are way up here. All right, let's see what we got going. VIX making its pullback, indices making their pullbacks. All right, we'll see if the VIX rolls over from here, and that would lead us in the direction of the fill, continuation of the trend. Okay, I know that was a lot, but there's a lot to get through. All right. Okay, questions, guys. Questions. Anything you guys might have missed? You want to see again? Remember, don't let 9:45 news sneak up on you, right? That's a sneaky, very, very sneaky, sir. Anybody know what movie that's fantastic. I think you underestimate my sneakiness, sir. Sneaky news event.
Aaron, Mr. Deeds is like my favorite movie ever. I love that movie.
Very good, very good. So don't let that 9:45. All right, yes, very good, JK. Don't get clobbered at that 9:45 by not remembering that. So set a little alert for yourself or whatever. All right. Okay, guys, exciting times. If you guys got any questions, let me know. But yeah, 9:45. All right. Thanks, Tyler.
Thanks, Aaron. I appreciate it.
All right, see you guys.
We'll see Aaron this afternoon. Thanks, Aaron.
Thanks, guys.
We have Zach's going to be joining us here very shortly for his pre-market game plan and for live trading. He'll be on till about 11:30 today. So make sure you guys stay tuned for that. And for right now, we're going to take a quick break. We're going to step away. Make sure you guys are mentally prepared. I mentioned this yesterday, but never want to make any you don't want to go on tilt before the holidays. Let's put it that way, right? You don't want to do some big damage right before the holidays, and then you're at your family Christmas, and all you can think about is the damage that you just did to your account or the account you just blew. So make sure you're trading with the right mindset today, with your risk controlled. We want to have a strong end to the year here. Keep it locked in. So make sure you're getting mentally ready to go, and we'll be back on in just a few minutes here with Zach to start breaking down his morning game plan and what he's watching today. So don't go anywhere. Good morning, everybody. We're back. It's 9:18 a.m. We have market open in about 12 minutes here. We're trading live today with Zach Austin. What's up, Zach? How are you doing?
Good morning.
Good to see you. Good to see you. How was your weekend and how's your week been so far?
Weekend was good. Didn't do a whole lot. Had a holiday party on Friday and then just hung out Saturday and Sunday. Watched some football and got my heart broken in fantasy playoffs.
Oh, I thought you
And
were about to tell me your girl broke up with you or something. I was like,
oh,
oh, did
no,
you just
no,
throw
no,
that in there? You got your heart broken?
no, no, just the fantasy
Oh,
football.
fantasy playoffs. You went down, huh?
Mhm.
So who didn't pull
And
through for you?
it wasn't really a matter of who didn't hit. I feel like everybody else hit even better.
Mm,
There's a lot of big scorers last week, so I think that's what got me.
gotcha. All right, man. Well,
Yeah.
what are we looking at this morning?
So truthfully, not a whole lot. The market had a pretty volatile overnight, and I'm thinking today will probably be a good opportunity more so to focus on futures. I'm just looking right now from the overnight lows on the Nasdaq around 25,075s, and here in the pre-market spike we got the 25,380s or so. So that's an over 300 point overnight range. Dumping 300, rallying back 300. Now we're kind of in the midpoint area, right near yesterday lows on the Qs, right near yesterday low on SPY. So I don't really think there's a whole lot we can do. I have some names which I'll cover really quickly, but nothing is like really sticking out to me as like a must have. I mean, these are still solid setups, but we'll hop into it here. This is a ticker that I haven't traded in a while. I shorted it a long time ago. Um, you can see here during this big bar, I took a post earnings short down to here somewhere in there. And now if you look at it, we're actually getting a weekly 1, 2, 3 potentially setting up. So a pretty nice impulsive bar, a wide range pause bar, and now this is a small bar so far, just one day in the week. And if we can get over last week high, we do have a few levels in the way, but I do think we can get that expanded move at least up to yesterday or this previous high, excuse me, earlier in the month towards like this 465 area. And then above that is this gap fill up towards 470, which was the start of that huge gap down. So those are my targets realistically, 465 and 470. It could, barrel through that and then get back up towards these highs eventually. But that's kind of the interim target that I'd be looking for VRTX. Next up is GEV. I was watching this one yesterday, didn't quite set up for me. I'm a little nervous just based on the overall market. I don't know if this one can kind of hold its own, but we have a nice, small range inside bar. We're gapping over this key level at 686s. The first target, if we get entry off 686, would be basically yesterday high, which is also a level at 965, or excuse me, 695. And then over that, if you look at the hourly, it shows it better. We have this nice gap to be filled up here, which would be my next big target. We actually have two gaps. This is a smaller gap, but this is the main gap that I'd be targeting pretty much back to the all-time high. So it may take another day to set up. It may not set up at all. The market could drag it down. We'll kind of wait and see. But this is definitely one that I am watching. Next up is FSLR. FSLR here, if you look at the daily for the last like 2 months, have been pretty much range bound. And now we're at the bottom of this kind of range. And, with a daily inside bar towards the lower 1/3, but nonetheless, still a daily inside bar. Looking at the weekly, again, pretty much sideways. And then the monthly here is still an inside bar, which I don't love, but still can work. So I'm thinking above this 261 level, if the hourly can flip back to the upside, which is the key, we have room back to the top of the range. This is not a high priority play by me. This is just a range bound play that I think can work out if the hourly flips. It may take 1 to 2 hours for the hourly to flip, if at all. So I'm going to kind of watch for that and see if that happens at some point. And that's pretty much it. The only other thing I was watching potentially is LLY. We traded this a bit last week, had some success. I opted not to swing it, which seemingly was the mistake here. Gapped up from 1025s or so to 1032s, ran to 1060s. The contracts that I had went like 400%. But this thing still does have room back up towards 1100 if it wants it. So a retest of yesterday high back over the opening print can run up towards that $1,100 area. And basically, if we get one more bar like we had yesterday, it can get there today. Obviously, would be a big move, but it's still possible. Other than that, not really watching a whole lot. I have some BAC swing open right now. Yesterday opened as a basically was a doji. It closed as a doji. It actually opened though, if you look, and broke this previous all-time high from like the 2006 2007 area. So we broke an all-time high from 20 years ago basically. So that for me was, you know, kind of a good sign to look for more of a breakout trade. Had a doji bar, and now if we get confirmation underneath like yesterday low, I'll probably exit the remaining. But we got a couple trims off, reduced the size, so I feel okay holding it. It's a bit of a slower mover, typically like a $1 or so ADR. If you know, we can get that expanded move over yesterday high, I think 57 to 58 would be possible in the next couple days. And then I have a small portion of Rivian. I did trim this yesterday. I only have a couple contracts left. Um, it was a good move, definitely trimming. I trimmed basically right near these highs because I said it's still an inside bar until it's not. And that's why I always say it's an inside bar, inside week until it's not. We got a couple of cents shy of the previous day high, and then we rejected hard. So I trimmed like half the position up in there, and I'd be willing to buy back or cut. Whatever happens at this point, it doesn't really impact it too much because the position is pretty small. But that's pretty much what I got as far as the individual names. And then as far as the futures go, I kind of mentioned it a little bit earlier, but the NASDAQ, and especially the NASDAQ's the weakest and has been the weakest for a bit. The one thing I will mention is that as of right now, it looks like we're going to try to fill this gap that was left unopened from the Thanksgiving week. So it's possible that's all the market wanted to do was fill this gap and then go higher. If not, I think we're going to head down to that weekly 20 EMA potentially on QQQ. It's definitely possible. We also have a little bit of support on ES more so. ES is much stronger, more so kind of hanging in there. And, you know, the daily definitely looks a little bit better. It's not quite near that, you know, kind of downside area where QQQ is targeting. But ultimately, I would prefer ES over NQ if I'm going to take longs, but I don't know if I'll take longs in either of them today, personally. And then if I were to take a long, it would probably be in the Dow, as the Dow has a much more slow and controlled pullback, really hasn't broken any structure, right to that daily 8 EMA. I like it above 48,888. And if we can do that, I have an alert basically above that kind of area. If we can do that, I think we have the potential to get back up to last week high. It's just a matter of our longs going to be on the table at all today. I'm not overly eager to short unless we, you know, I'm not going to short near the open. If we get an impulse near the open, that's fine. Otherwise, you know, if we get a impulse down and then a pullback later, I can look for a 15-minute sell. But if we do take a, you know, a dip near the open, I'll let it do that and I'll kind of pass on the short. And last up is gold real quick. Gold's very strong. It's been a bit volatile the last few days, as you can see, but we retested that daily 8 in the pre-market session. I would ideally like a retest of like 43.40-ish area. It could be too deep at this point, but we do have room up towards these highs and then basically the all-time highs above that.
Yeah, gold daily looks like it's going to go make new all-time highs. Weak dollar today too, Aaron was talking about, which is bullish for the precious metals.
Sorry, what was that? I just missed it.
The dollar is weak. Aaron was talking about this morning on his morning breakdown, which is bullish for the precious metals, which obviously, as you can see by looking at the gold chart right
now. Yes, for sure. Good morning, everybody. All right, so at open, I'm not really thinking a whole lot. I mean, I'm going to be watching VRTX, see if we do break last week high. We do have levels in the way, and I'm aware of that, but I'm kind of looking bigger picture here based on the higher time frame. But I'm already kind of mentally accepting a slower day, so we'll see.
Good morning. Good morning. We got Frank. We got Jake. We got Off Rock. Oh man, drinking out of this mug, my coffee stays so hot, burn my mouth. Are you still in trading your small account challenge?
Yes.
Okay. What's the overall status on that? I know you started with a little drawdown. How you've been able to dig out?
We got hit initially with the largest reversal ever in A-Lab, so that put us in an immediate hole. But we're crawling back. around 2,500 now.
Okay.
I got to 1,500, but um,
Okay.
I like to, obviously that's just the reality of trading. It's not going to always be perfect, and we could have easily curled up and died once it got down there, and grinded its way back a bit. And we've had a lot of other opportunities, and even last week, I could have secured a little bit more profit. I could have been a little less risky, but I was going for some really high R to R trades,
Mm-hmm.
lower probability, but going for the home run type play, and didn't really work out. So this week, I'm just going to stack some base hits, hopefully, and the week strong.
Yeah, that's just the reality of trading a higher R multiple, right? You're gonna have more losers, right? Especially when you're
Yep.
holding them, and
Yeah,
but when they work, they make up for
exactly.
several of
That's
those.
why it's funny, because with futures, I don't really trade like that at all. But with options, I'm always looking for that high R to R,
Mm-hmm.
because I think because you have the leverage with options, it makes it worth it, more so than futures, because options, you can get that 10x, where in 20x, where in futures you can get a 10R, but it's not really a 10x on your money.
Yeah, yeah. Market open here.
All right, so we are live.
Indices, YM, RTY looking. He's getting a little buying out of the gate here. All opening right around their previous day low. RTY is actually above it.
I'm looking at this VRTX here. It is breaking. Oh, they're really spready disaster.
The options are.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm gonna hold off on that for now. GEV also did get a little bit of a pop. Yeah, so also one thing to note, guys, is that next week is a short week.
Yeah, this will be our last week of SDtv until January 1st. We're gonna finish out this week. We'll be on Thursday and then off Friday and off through the holidays.
BAC is getting a hourly 20 EMA tag, and now trying to get back over 55 ones. If we can do so, I may add to that. GEV is getting the tag. FSLR actually just didn't even get any gap, so that's likely going to be no-go until later at least. Thank you, the monster spike though.
Looks like ES wants to come fill its gap.
Tag level there on ES and NQ.
Mm-hmm. Looks like NQ missed it by tick. Literal tick.
I did it.
Yeah. Are you have it at 321.25?
Maybe I was just watching QQQ.
Okay. They could be. Obviously, they're probably similar, but they could be off a little bit.
Yeah, let me see. It's funny, for the longest time, I do have a level that actually did tag from yesterday at least. Like 25 317s or so. But for the longest time, I actually used to only chart SPY and QQQ and then trade ES and NQ because there was no contract rolls. There was none of that. So it was always consistent. But then it just got a little too confusing. So I started not to do
Yeah, I
that.
feel that. I go back to I don't normally chart them, but when the contracts do roll, like that first like week or so, I'll like go back and use them to
Yeah.
chart and watch them a little bit more.
Is the VRTX chain open? I'm not sure. Even if it is open, the spreads are too terrible. I mean, I'm looking at. I'm wanting the 465s for next week. The bid ask is 1.7 to 5.4 right now. So that's just way too much. No dice. So I'm watching BAC here. If the 5-minute could flip back up into an uptrend, I'll take an ad. GEV did get the spike down to 686s, and now it's pushing up to that 965s. I almost at this point would rather it above the 965s because then it opens the door up to 720s. I just didn't want to be super aggressive with this kind of uneasy market right now. And there we go. GEV did just hit that. So, I mean, if you were aggressive, it definitely paid off. The retest a little back above the opening print around 687s. Boom, right to 695s, excuse me. And now we are breaking that daily 1, 2, 3. So confirmation above here, we can look for an entry. I'd probably go like next week 720 calls or 715. They're going to be very expensive. Let's see. Yeah, they're really expensive. Wow. The 720 is like $1,000. Let me check on this VRTX again.
Watching some MNQ longs potentially here. I have VIX at some resistance, NQ and ES trying to hold previous day's low. I just entered a couple micros.
Nice. There goes GEV breaking. Those things are just maybe too expensive. I mean, even a weekly, I think. Let's see. Yeah, it's too much.
My my NQ entry is at 25,303. We're above VWAP, above the opening print. Trying to hold previous day's low. VIX I have at an upper resistance level, so seeing if that can, like, see VIX reject here and see if this can get a little bit of follow through. About a 50-point stop. First target would be 25,386. And then 25,505 above that.
Dow with a pretty nasty bar right there. Dow making new lows now. I took a small add to the Rivian position that we had yesterday. It's getting back over the opening print. Oof, nasty Dow bar, 100-point drop. Well, I guess everything dropped. So ES new lows. So we basically filled the gap, rejected off the 5-minute EMAs, rejected off ES and NQ level. Definitely was a valid short, but I kind of mentioned earlier I didn't really want to take a short near the open.
Oops, I muted. I'm over here talking. I accidentally muted myself. But yeah, guys, I was just showing when I was talking, I was muted there. But the long I was looking at here, you can just see my NQ hourly levels as previous day's low. There's a break above this 2-minute bar, and got the initial kind of pop, but now failing. Filling the lower level here at 321.25. Didn't get the follow through up to. Oh, my eyes are terrible. 386. So I just took a stop on that. I do think I think there's some data at 9:45, which is in 2 minutes.
Oh boy.
Minute and 15 seconds.
So the Dow just swept yesterday low. Went from one of the strongest looking to the weakest real quick.
Mm-hmm.
ES is well under yesterday low now. NQ open under yesterday low, now still under.
You look at the Market Watch Visualize tab on Thinkorswim, and everything's super dull. Nothing's, I think, red or green. It's very dull. Nothing's up big or down
Yeah,
big.
that's the kind of what I got the vibe from this morning, where I was just looking for setups, and like, I have some on the screen, like you could have maybe said GEV worked, but nothing was really sticking out at me. Like, wow, this is a must play.
Gotta drink this slow. Oh, very nice. All right, I'm trying one more little entry on MNQ here.
Do you know what the data is in a minute or
Oh
7
yeah,
seconds?
that's forgot. That's true. Maybe I'll hold off before I take this
Oh,
entry. I'll let me look at. I did. I forget what I did. Mm. Yeah, I said about the data. Then 2 seconds later, my dumbass, I totally forgot about S&P Global Manufacturing PMI and
hmm.
S&P Global Services PMI.
So ES made a new low, and Q at the opening print. Dow no new low. So the only one to make a new low there was ES, at least for now.
And yeah, data should be out here. I did not enter the trade. I was looking at VWAP and VIX starting to put in a rejection on the 5 minute, but NQ now breaking below VWAP, below its opening print.
It definitely was a solid short, but I just don't love trading near the open, and
Yeah,
especially when we have volatility, because you need a wide stop.
yeah. Looking at it, yeah, it is a nice, pretty clean projection of levels on both ES and NQ.
Yeah. I had a little bit more faith just because the Russell and the Dow looked like they were going to
Mm-hmm.
be well over the EMAs. Like we were just barely testing them on ESNQ, and the Russell and Dow were way over, but then the Russell and the Dow gave it all up. So NQ did make a new low there, and now
Mm-hmm.
hammer time.
I know. I was sitting here watching it, like figuring the trigger, and I'm like looking at Scott. I'm like 60 point stop, and
I know
then
it's
now
too
it's
wide.
like now you're at a 100 point stop below this 2 minute
I
bar.
know. Yeah. I'm just trying to tell myself, like, big picture, like hourly still in a downtrend. So like even if we do get upside moves, like at least for me personally, they have to just be scalps,
Mm-hmm.
because the hourly's still in a downtrend, and I can't assume the hourly's just gonna V reverse. I would like
Mm-hmm.
it to personally,
Yeah,
for my
yeah,
options, but
yeah.
as far as the futures entry go.
Vic's starting to give us the projection here. Mm, looks like I'm gonna eat a
Wow.
stop there just for this to work.
Dow just put in 100, and that's what I'm saying. It's like, the Dow just put in 130.5 minute bar. So when the volatility is this wide, it kind of makes me a bit cautious.
Yeah.
If the 5 minute does flip to the upside, though, on ESNQ, which it's still far away from doing, but then it is possible. We have the lows in.
Yeah.
Made new lows, swept them, trying for new highs.
Yeah. 2 minute close right back at this level at 321.25 on NQ. Man, I want to re-enter. I just don't. I can't do it with
No, you
the
can't.
stop now. There's just
Yeah,
no way. There's just no way. Yeah, you're at
so it's like Yeah,
Adam said,
there's.
"Yo,
I mean,
what up, Snipe?"
I
Adam
mean,
said,
if you want to take one micro with the stop
"Yeah,
on,
you
you can just
could. Yeah,
drive
you
it
could do.
far.
Yeah, you're still talking like a 200 and
Yeah.
if I would truly do it how I normally base my stops based off the bars, like I'd be
Yeah.
at the NQ low a day, which is 140 points.
Yeah. 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 Literally one micro would still do damage to you.
Mm-hmm. Yep. We'll see here. So I haven't broken this intraday high. Why my VWAP came off? You ever seen Mr. Deeds, Zach?
Mr. Deed or Mr. Bean?
Mr. Deeds, the Adam Sandler movie.
No, I don't think I have.
Oh man, it's a classic. Aaron quoted it this morning, and I'm a huge fan.
Oh yeah. Like I do want to potentially short from above, like kind of in this area, this 25 390-ish area. It's also the hourly 8, but at the same time, I selfishly want the market to go up for my options. So wow, look at the Dow, almost pushing new highs now.
Oh, there's PT1 just hit on the would have hit. Looks like I was 5 minutes early on that one, chat. That's a bummer.
So we're getting up to that hourly 8 on ESNQ now.
So like I mentioned earlier, I took the NQ entry above this 2-minute bar break. We got the rejection. Back into the opening print here. I was watching a hold of VWAP here, but then we talked about the data held off. And then I was considering another entry on the opening print hold here and back above VWAP. Finger on the trigger, didn't take it. And as you can see, this 2-minute bar got super strong and immediately made it, 100-point stop back under this bar low. So missed the entry there, but tagged what would have been an original target. And I just want to show you guys the VIX chart. And what I was originally watching was on the VIX. When I took that initial entry, we were putting in this rejection here on this upper level. Should have, in retrospect, maybe waited to let it tag here, but I was watching those things line up where we were potentially rejecting this upper resistance on the VIX, while the NQ was potentially getting a little break. So I was watching those things in alignment on the first entry, just a little early. We'll see what plays out.
I should just short, man. I always get so hesitant, but I'm like, you could have shorted the open. I didn't want to. Sure enough, it works. I said, I want to short from above at the hourly 8 EMA, but I want my stocks to go up, but then it drops 50 points.
Yep. Mentally, I struggle to short too, man. I don't know why.
Yeah. I think you know what it is? It's because, at least for me, when I trade options, most of the time, unless I'm like taking post-earnings trades, I'm long, and I don't like, because I'm a realist, right? Like I know like where the market should reject from or where it should dip from, but I want my options to go up. And so it's like, this, for example, is a perfect spot. We rejected level. We were still in a 5-minute downtrend and flip up, 15-minute downtrend, hourly tag the 8. Typically that's like as A plus of a short I can get, just take a direct order there and put a stop above a previous high. So you use like a 35, 40-ish point stop. And then boom, you instantly get 40 points, 50 points.
Mm-hmm.
But I know if I am right on that, then my options may be not working. And if I'm wrong, then it's like,
Yeah.
why they do that?
Yeah, when you're holding options in one direction, yeah, it gets hard
Yeah,
to do something in futures in the other direction. I've struggled with
yeah,
that
it
as
is
well.
tough. It is tough. I was working on a strategy to potentially, like, I think I may have talked about this before, but kind of like trade around my core position and then kind of make my position free. And so whether that's shorting, let's say I have Apple, whether that's taking some Apple puts or taking market puts to kind of make whatever the core position is free, so I don't have to worry about that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we did talk about that a little bit.
Yeah. What was the ticker here?
I did try one more MNQ stab here. We tagged this upper level, 2-minute pullback into this lower level that initially got the reject. It acted as resistance before. Watch this 2-minute pullback to it, started to get a little bounce, and I'm like, all right, well, let's see if it wants to now act as support. And so I got an entry at 25,340. I just did 2 micros, so I'm putting my stop right under previous day low here.
Put my stop low a day.
What was no? I'm not low day. No,
No,
up below previously. Yeah, for real.
I'm just messing up.
Yeah. You
It does look
could
good, though.
go. You could go like based off the system. If I was trading this 2-minute high, normally would. My stop would probably be at like 310. But since yesterday's lows here, I want to just give it a little bit, very small size. So.
Yeah. Got VWAP around that level as well, so that
Mm-hmm.
should hold. I mean, we didn't quite pull back right to it, but I don't really use it often. One thing I've been implementing a little bit more, at least for entry confluence, is the 2-minute. And you can see here the 2-minute did just actually flip on that. And so I've been kind of messing around with different ways to either take the 2-minute directly, or right after the flip or something. But I don't have enough trust just yet in the 2-minute. But it did flip for what it's worth.
Yeah, it did, yeah. Yeah, so this is it's about a 60-point stop that I'm currently. We'll see though if the market wants to see some strength. I think I don't think 505 is out of the question. 25,505. Which gives us 160 points of upside room.
Yeah, if we can break through this hourly 8 level area, we got at least 100 points to there. ES roughly 20-ish, 18, 17-ish.
Just to show you guys where I'm getting a target from is just this 505 is right here. Just this hourly level from yesterday's pivot. See here, needed to break the 386. Did ES gap fill? I think that ES gap fill would be 68.81.
I think it did barely right on that last candle. or maybe you missed by a tick or two.
I don't know. You don't use Thinkorswim. I think Thinkorswim might have rolled contracts and
Hmm.
TradingView maybe didn't. I don't know. I have yesterday's close on ES at 68.81. So do you count the close or
Yeah.
the wick? I guess for the it would be the close, right?
Well, the thing is, for me at least, if I'm using SPY, like SPY shows it, and so I care more about the S&Ps, but you know, I feel like when it's like that close anyway, it's just
Yeah,
you know,
I
the benefit
feel
of
it.
that.
Yeah,
The SPY's
yeah, I
pretty
have it
good.
with yeah
Yeah.
based off of what my yeah it just it still hasn't from a tick, but yeah, that's funny how it's different if you're sometimes by a couple points. But
Yeah.
yeah, SPY did fill. Yeah, okay.
The only thing I will say, I'm not trying to be Debbie Downer, but the Russell and the Dow are still pretty weak. They're both, but well, actually, the Dow's right at opening print, but neither of them are really getting going here. We don't need them to, but it'd definitely be better. Just because we are at a key resistance right now, so to burst through it, definitely want that support.
We're up about 50 points here. A little more pop. I may take one off.
It's a tough spot because it's either going to like barrel through it.
Yeah, I know.
Stuck.
Or yeah, like a harsh reject isn't out of the question either.
I always say, when you're in an uptrend or downtrend, it's quote easy, but when you're in these trend shifting areas, at resistance, at support areas, that's the toughest part. Because you don't know. I mean, I want us to barrel through this, not only for you, but for everybody, but we can't assume it till it happens. ES and NQ did make a slight new high there, though.
Oh, Frank, so when you're talking gap fill, you're talking 5:55 p.m. So you're talking like the overnight open, not the previous day close. Oh, okay. So, getting the rejection here currently.
I really like this GEV a lot right here. There's two problems. One, the market, and then two, it's expensive, but I really like its relative strength. 15-minute 1, 2, 3. They might take one contract of the next week 740s if they're cheap enough. Spready. I would say the reason futures are more popular than options, to be quite frank, it costs less money to get started. Um, it's relatively speaking more black and white. There's no option Greeks that play a role, but I think for sure the main reason, in my opinion at least, is the barrier to entry. With options, I tell everybody realistically you need a couple $1,000s, probably closer to like 5,000 and 2,000 to like have proper risk management with options, take majority of the setups that you want properly. With futures, you can literally get started for like $100 and work your way to payouts. I think that's personally the main reason.
Yeah, you mean just referring to the access to prop firms with futures.
Exactly, yeah.
Somebody sent me a options prop firm. Is the first one I've ever seen, but I haven't seen. I kind of quit paying attention. I haven't seen much about it recently, so I don't know if it's even still around. You never know new prop firms too, how legit they are or aren't.
Exactly.
Also, too, I think some people may find options Greeks to be frustrating or more difficult to understand. Um,
Mm-hmm.
I think most people that get into options trading trade weeklies or they trade SPY and QQQ zero DTEs. I think a lot of
Mm-hmm.
people who get into that start, with that part of options. And when you're trading zero DTEs, especially as a new trader, you'll probably get burned by time decay a lot and you start to get frustrated by that. So
Absolutely.
at that point, you're like, let me try option or let me try futures. So you move to futures and you're like, oh, okay. I like this is like it's just kind of more straightforward. It's like I'm risking this many
Mm-hmm.
points to make this many points, and it's definitely going to make me this amount of money. To where with
Exactly.
options like the Greeks and things can are always sort of changing and things aren't as maybe black and white in that sense. So I think that's probably another reason as well.
Yeah, I'd say so for sure.
Um,
One of the next week GEV calls, they're a bit spready, but I took the GEV 1226 740 call. I got filled at 4.6. One contract.
good
A bit
stuff.
spready in mind.
So NQ looks pretty solid after that. The another lower level retest, which now has got a great bounce in the 5 minute. Um, this is why I didn't put my stop. Like my entry was on this 2 minute bar, and generally speaking, I would put my stop below that 2 minute bar. But that's exactly why I thought the possibility of that was out there, so that's why I gave it a little bit more room. So we'll see if it gets followed through this time or not.
As far as your question about the selling options, that's another thing too. Selling options for the most part requires more capital,
Mm-hmm.
and majority of people, we do have selling options as a part of our Discord for sure, but in reality, it requires more capital, and less people have access to more capital, and that's really really the main reason. It's also like in theory a little bit more confusing.
Yeah, and I would say it's a to be honest with you, I haven't spent a ton of time looking into or learning about selling options, so I'm by no means an expert on the subject. But so in terms of your question, does that not make good YouTube content? I would say it's probably a slower form of trading where I think people who sell options a lot of times have a um, larger, a really high win rate, but you're making smaller percentage gains and they take longer to play out, and so it's like a little bit of a slower form of trading, to where like the day trading stuff's a little bit more fast paced and entertaining. So I would say in terms of why you don't see as much of it on social media, it's probably why it's not as popular.
Yeah.
There are some people who do it and talk about it, like Zach said, some people in our Discord. I think Aaron does it. The guy who does the morning. I think I read that.
I think he does like cover calls and
Okay.
cash stuff. Yeah. And as far as the question there, Bocalandro, I actually think personally, from my experience, it's the opposite. Maybe not as much anymore, but at least when I first started, I feel like a lot of people, majority of the people actually started with options. And I think, just being blunt, a lot of people struggled. Maybe they didn't have the right strategy. Maybe they were trading 0 days, whatever. And then they shifted towards futures. Maybe now it starts with futures going to options, but
Yeah, when I got started over 4 years ago, everybody that I saw on social media was trading options,
yep.
because there were only, I think at that time I don't even know if they were. I think they maybe were around Top Step and Apex, but they were
Yeah. They were.
very. They weren't even well known at all. Like it wasn't common to
Yeah.
see them around or people talk about or people trade them or anything
And
like
they were
that.
also way more expensive.
Yeah. Yep.
Like
And
Top Step, if you want to get one account, it was like at least $300 to $400. I remember, because it was like $150, $200 to take the test, and then there was like $150 activation fee on top of
mm-hmm.
it.
Yep. So yeah, when I got started, everybody that I saw and that I knew that I talked to about it that had gotten into it was putting like 2K into a cash options account, and a lot of people would use Think or Swim because you could do a cash account where your cash settles and you didn't have margin, so you didn't have to worry about the pattern day trader role. And then because people would get into it and they use Robinhood, which would give you a margin account, and then it would get locked for the pattern day trader role and stuff. So that was like when the social media content and stuff that you saw everywhere was people talking about all that stuff, and then prop firms blew up, and now I feel like majority of people on social media are talking about platforms. I think a lot of that has to do with the affiliate aspect that it has, and I think they legitimately do have really good upside in terms to a risk reward perspective, in terms of barrier to entry. You can get started with a lot less money and you realistically can pull out a lot of money doing it. So yeah, Peter, 100%.
Got the hourly close in about 17 minutes here. Yes, back to the open.
And by the way, guys, that is the goal here. So we want to bring you transparency and education, and because in this trading space, there's a lot of people doing a lot of different things. We're trying to give you guys quality education and value while being transparent and making sure you guys can navigate the industry, especially if you're new and seeing all this stuff everywhere.
Yeah, and even with the prop firms, there's so many prop firms that are just no good, for lack
Mm-hmm.
of a better word. And the sad thing is, a lot of people, especially on social media, will push anything for a dollar.
Mm-hmm.
So sometimes you don't actually understand what's good, what's bad. And that's why, regardless of the firm, I share my honest feedback. No firm is perfect. That's how they run a business. But
Yeah.
everyone should have as much information as possible to make an informed decision.
Yeah, I think we all kind of agree, and people that have been around and seen the prop firm stuff have seen the prop firms come and go, the ones that that go under or whatever. Um, I think it's everyone who has seen this, has been around, would suggest you to diversify among prop firms, right? Like, and
Mm-hmm.
I think it helps for multiple reasons. One, whatever you're not just all your what is it, eggs aren't in one basket. If something would happen
Yep.
with that prop firm, if something would happen to that payout, whatever, it helps you from an emotional standpoint if you can. Now obviously everybody's different to be able to afford a bunch of different funded accounts, and everybody can do that, but If you are able to get them funded, take it slow on your funded accounts. Like, you don't need to rush that payout. Take it slow and
Oh, yeah.
continue to, diversify, and then spread them out, trade them. It can help with your emotions. You can get payouts from multiple different ones, so they're coming in at different times. So um, the people who make a lot of money from prop firms, I think they do a good job of doing that, getting funded with multiple firms, taking it slow on their funded accounts.
Yeah, I mean, I can tell you from my personal experience, I am usually a little bit more aggressive with the evaluation process. Certain firms like Tradeify don't have one, so I like to opt for stuff like that. But when you do have an evaluation, I personally like to kind of go through it quickly, um, because it's not easy to trade, right? It's not easy to make money trading. So to spend a lot of time, a lot of good setups on an eval, is for me kind of counterproductive. So I prefer to try to finish the eval as fast as possible. And then once I get funded, that's when I kind of slow it down, limit the risk, definitely take it easy and take it slow, because at that point, there's no rush.
Yep, yep. Yeah, that's I don't know if you and I have ever talked about that, but I'm with you on that. And that can vary depending on where you're at in your trading career. If you're someone who's still very new to this, like Sean, I think you said you're still pretty new. I think maybe you've done some investing, but not any trading. Can't remember, but I think you told us the other day. But anyway, if you're newer to it, and you're still kind of figuring out your strategy and what you like to do best, you may want to take it slower on the evals because you're still kind of navigating, and it's a way of getting some real market experience while you're doing it. But if you're someone who kind of knows how you like to trade, I agree with Zach. I definitely try to size up and pass a little faster instead of waste all that time being too focused on it. Try to get them funded a little faster, and then then you lock in the risk and take it slow.
Exactly. Yeah. So the Dow's made a new low. Russell's, I mean, everything's not looking so good right
Not
now.
looking good here. Couple 2-minute double top of the 586 level here.
Yeah. If this 15-minute, which is also the hourly, will be key. If it's not great, I'm going to close my one contract of the GEV. I gave it a shot. Obviously, I was a little bit worried about the market, but the market seemed like it was trying to hold. Obviously, now it's giving it up with the Dow making new lows, everything making new lows. So we'll see where we end up in 15 or so. So we just have the 5, the hourly 8. So let's see.
Had a chance to get break even, small green there, but from the first stop. But I wanted a little bit more than that. Didn't just want to break even. I will say, one mistake I probably made is I was over here, we were talking, and I quit watching VIX, and now I'm looking. The VIX level bounce was really nice. I used to watch the VIX, but I didn't used to chart it as much. But I've been charting it more and trying to kind of watch it in junction when it's at a support or resistance level that's lining up with NQ being at the opposite. Like I said, I got a little distracted there. I wasn't really watching, but VIX bounce off the lower level here was nice, really clean. We'll see if it rejects again here and we kind of continue to range, or if VIX breaks out to the upside here, that should lead the indices down further. ES is under its opening print. NQ still above. RTY is right at it. The Dow below. NQ is getting a little bounce at VWAP. I don't know. Back over previous day's low. We'll see. But
Yeah, ES back to level here.
I basically gave back my my yesterday's gains. I made one trade yesterday for 100 points. Today, 2 losses minus 110 points. So
Yeah, we're just in that tricky trend shifting area right now.
yep.
I will say though, if ES makes a new low and NQ loses the open, I'd probably say, unless we get really extended to the downside, no longs.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
I probably won't short just because we do have support. I mean, there is room underneath like 25, 190s down like about 200 points. So we do have room there. But especially at that point, there's a lot of support, key level, um, support on ES. We have the weekly on NQ. So we have a lot of kind of confluence there to hold. But we shall see.
Like this is my problem mentally. Is like I can always find a reason to talk myself out of a short and talk myself into a long. I don't know why. It's like this.
No, I feel you.
It's like I had there was a stint there where I started talking. Like, listen, you know, if your win rate's like 50% at best, you're always talking yourself into the long and the short. It's like just do the opposite sometimes, just for the hell of it,
Yeah.
and you'll. It worked, honestly. It was good, and I kind of got away from it. I don't know why.
You're pretty much right at my stop area for GEV. If it doesn't hold here, I'm going to exit. Obviously, you know, the market rolling 100 points doesn't help, but I'm going to give it the opportunity to bounce.
Yeah, this is an interesting spot. It's at a spot where both the VIX and the ES, like the VIX could double top here and give us a range, and the ES could sort of double bottom here and give us the range. Or we're gonna get the break down on the indices and up on VIX. I feel like we're right at the battle spot here for what the rest of the day is gonna bring us.
Yep. So the Russell just made a new low. The Dow is right at that daily 8. So the Russell's underneath. So definitely not looking great. This is kind of the must-hold spot for the Dow, or else the Dow's got, honestly, the Dow has 400 points, 350 to 400 points of more downside if it wants it, if it cracks right here. ES just made new lows, so NQ not making new lows. Let's see, we got 7 minutes for the hourly close.
It's looking like this daily chart wants lower.
Yeah, I mean, the weekly 8 EMA on SPY is at like 676. So, you know, kind of lines up sort of with like a ES support. So it kind of makes sense to get there, but hope we don't. But I mean, if NQ loses the open, I can't see how we don't dip more.
Yeah, I agree. Agreed. I'm gonna double check, see if we got any giveaways for you guys today. Oh, Zach, we did agree to a partnership with Tradeify to sponsor Trading the Game Show.
Nice.
So any of the traders that come on and compete, they're gonna be giving away the direct to funded accounts as the winner. Some other giveaways for the viewers and stuff too. So
Very nice.
spice things up a little bit. We'll be
Oh, yeah.
starting that in January.
All right. Yeah, it's a nasty move on GEV. And obviously, the market dropping is the cause, but nonetheless, pretty nasty.
NQ going up the opening print here. Looking like more downside follow through. Well, the levels played out accurately. They just rejected on me. Should have waited and played them to the downside.
Yep, we're getting near that ES level here.
Super accurate price action between them. I mean, the 2-minute range right in between them, and then breakdown.
So Rivian's right at that daily 8 EMA, so I'm watching this for a potential long here. The two spots I was looking to add were the hourly 20 and the daily 8, and I'm pretty much at that daily 8 now. The only problem is the market, which we are at now, support, but I just wrote it in the chat, but GEV, my initial stop was an hourly close under 682s. We did drop pretty drastically there, about $20 straight down, obviously because of the market, dropping about 200 points. So we are at a key support, so I may consider an add here with the stop right underneath as we're sweeping yesterday's low.
I just want to show you guys the VIX and NQ. I mentioned earlier how I've been starting to watch them a little bit more in conjunction with each other when things line up. I didn't used to chart the VIX, but if you look, NQ pull back to the opening print, we get the strong bar here right as we start to break down below the resistance levels on NQ. But then if you look, this 2-minute bar here is the 10 a.m. candle. It says 9, but I think I have my time zone off. I'm pretty sure this is the 10 a.m. candle. So you can see we're at the, right as this 2-minute candle started to break down here is right where, same here. So this is the 10 a.m. candle. This is the 10 a.m. candle right at resistance, right at support. It starts to break down. It starts to hold support. And so like that right here, if you wanted to say, okay, I'm going to play the rejection, you have some confluences lining up. You're like, oh, okay, VIX is right at support. So it has potential to hold here and go higher, which would lead, which would help the indexes come down right as NQ is starting to reject a potential resistance level. So those things are lining up there with confluence, which looking back at this, like if I'm basically reviewing my 2 long attempt trades with you guys today, I'm looking back at this now and I'm like, okay, looking back at this now, in terms of things lining up, like, yeah, there was some tricky action here that made me think, other things. This rejection of resistance got me here. But I'm looking at that now like, oh, okay, that would have been the most lined up trade there for me. So just interesting to see how they line up with both their levels at the exact same time. So I'm going to continue to watch that and see how those things play out.
So we basically, if we bounce from here, would act as if we tagged the SPY weekly 8 EMA. Let me just put this on my screen. Via time. It was a little bit off, but it's a lagging indicator. So if we bounce anywhere here hard, it would act as if we tagged it via time. And Q did hit that 25-190s and then bounced pretty hard. Actually closed back above the opening print. The Dow bounced off the daily 8. So, we have the components there. But, it's still too early to tell just yet.
EM Singsev. Congrats, man. Yeah, there's always 2 sides to every trade, right? You can't there's got to be people trapped on the other side for a trade to work out. So Sean, you said earlier being in Canada seems to be a blocker to this, or are you wrong? Were you referring to trading with prop firms when you asked about that? There are definitely prop firms that allow Canadians to trade with them. Just futures in general. I think you can. Zach, do you know, can you just open like a Trade of 8 futures a cash account in Canada? I think you should be able to.
I think so. Should be. I mean,
Yeah.
I don't know 100%, but I mean, even with props, you can definitely do it in Canada as well.
Yeah. I think in Forex, there's like European countries can have a lot more leverage in Forex, which is illegal in the United States. So that's a little bit different, but I don't think there should be any issues with you trading futures in Canada. Trapped here. And if there is, you just gotta get yourself one of those little VPN guys, huh?
So I'm basically positioned now to where I'm giving the market the chance for that to be low of day. And if not, I'm going to probably look to exit my positions because from there we have the potential to roll hard.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Or I
NQ
should
back.
say, market may like sweep the lows again, but if we get confirmation, I mean, at least for me, it's pretty clear if you're looking at like NQ. If we now get confirmation underneath this 25 190s, you know, it's got room to the downside. The weekly 20 EMA would be, you know, plenty underneath 24 882. So
Where in Canada are you? I remember when I went. This is probably years ago. When I went into Toronto or Niagara Falls, I went to like a TGI Fridays. I'm pretty sure the prices on the menu were like insane. Ontario near Toronto. Okay. So are you a Leafs fan, Sean? Boston. Nice. Interesting. I was gonna say I'm sorry to hear you were a Leafs fan, but I can't talk too much smack on Boston. They've been pretty good for the last 15 years or so. NQ rejected previous day low back into the opening print here. And now, if you look, you can see rejection previous day's low here back in the opening print. We'll see if it can hold or not, but right as then VIX getting the bounce here. So previous resistance now turning into support on the VIX. Yeah, I'd like to talk. I mean, I can talk smack on Toronto just because they haven't won in forever, but we blew a 3-goal lead to them earlier this year, and then I think they whooped us pretty good. The Penguins, that is. So as far as this year is concerned, I can't talk too much crap. All right, just got confirmation on some giveaways today. We will do we got a 100K Lucid test account that we'll spin the wheel here towards the end of our segment here at 11:30. So probably about 45 minutes. We'll do a 100K Lucid test account. So this is the current promo running with Lucid with code StockDads. They have 40% off their 25K, 50K Flex and Pro accounts. And I guess they're doing a 20K cash giveaway. So if you buy a Lucid account right now, you get entered to win a 20K cash giveaway. That would be pretty sweet to win. I also saw this should work if you've never purchased a Lucid account before. So you're a new customer, this would be 50% off. So if you've already traded with Lucid, the 40% deal is in place. But if you're a new customer, I think you can get your first few while this deal is running for 50%. Well, Zach, I think I saw you hit a nice parlay on your stories the other day.
Yep.
Is that right? $50, right? Was it 50 to, or was it 5 to? I forget what it was.
It was 25 to 1,025.
Okay, yeah, that's right. That's a good one.
Oh yeah. Yeah, it's funny because like I post my picks occasionally in the Discord, but people are like, oh, I want all your picks, and I'm like, I tell them like, listen, the way I bet, I either win big or lose small. I might place.
Yeah, you're just
12
going that
bets.
high. You're going high R
Exactly.
multiple, baby.
I believe I do. I'll put
Yeah.
like $20, 20 bets between $5 and $20, and if I win one, I quadruple 10x my money.
Yeah.
Overall.
Yeah.
That's just the way I like to bet.
I love it.
Because I'm not some pro that knows all the analytics.
Yeah.
And all that. So it's like, I bet for fun, maybe a little bit of data, and then, it just makes the games a little bit more interesting.
Well, hey man, I'm down. Whenever you're ready, just bring the Zach Austin bet segment to the air.
Oh yeah.
I'm in,
yeah.
dude. Get some parlays going.
The Dow is trying to hold, relatively speaking.
Don't forget we have Aaron coming back on at 12 for the nooner. I reached out to Duke. I know he had some stuff come up last week. I just reached out to him to see if he'll be on today for Ticker Tinder or not. Looks like he's typing, so I'll let you guys know on that one. We'll be streaming the rest of today, tomorrow, and Thursday. Tomorrow we have Lady Leverage, Karen, who she crushed it yesterday. 3 really good trades. And Amar will be on with her as well. So we'll have the 3 of us on. And then we have Adidas and Jordan on Thursday. All right, so it looks like no ticker Tinder this afternoon. So we'll have Aaron on for the nooner. And then I'll see if we have anything else that we're gonna wrap up the afternoon with, or we may just wrap it with the nooner. We shall see.
Little NHL video game action.
I gotta see. So I haven't. I think I told you this. I was messing around. I got like the N64 games. There's like this N64 emulator thing, but I have a Xbox gaming account, but I haven't tried to actually play it yet. NHL yet. I downloaded it, I think, but yeah, I gotta see. I gotta see if it'll work, and then if that's the case, I'm down.
The hardest part about this small account challenge, and I've said this, but I'll say it again to those listening, is that my style of trading is typically, wide stops, adding to positions, pyramiding in, pyramiding out, where with this, you can't do that. So you have to be extra cautious of entry for the most part, be very conservative because you don't have as much wiggle room. And going to next year, unless something drastically changes in the next 2 weeks, I'm most likely going to be implementing the model that I mentioned before, where every trade is just going to have 0 stop loss and just be sized according, and just trust that by putting in the effort and the time to find these trade setups, if you just trust the big picture, they will work if you buy enough time. And so, not really sure how it's going to work with the SAC, but we will figure that out when the time comes, I suppose.
I dig it. I dig it.
Yes, because obviously, you can't really do that with a SAC. You can't just be like, all right. So, I mean, unless it's super high risk, but I try not to do that.
NQ longs kind of look back on the table here. I don't know.
For me, I'm only going to take a long if the 5-minute flips. I was considering it earlier. I mean, again, you can do what you want.
Yeah. No, I'm. It's still. It's like a wide stop here. Still, I'm like,
Yeah, but I will say what did give me a little bit of hope that we would hold right there, and which at least for now we are, was that when we were dipping there on NQES, the Dow and the Russell held. It's kind of inverse to what happened before when we were looking like maybe we could break higher, on NQ and ES, but then the Russell and the Dow were really weak. The Russell and the Dow eventually sent us down. So I know everyone uses a lot of different confluences. People use the VIX around here, bank, maybe other things. But for me, I just keep it simple with the 4, indices. And
you just want to see
if they're all in
alignment between the 4.
Exactly. Yep. If they're in alignment, we're likely good to go, based on, whatever the entry criteria is when we're a bit conflicted. So right there, we were in a trend shifting area on the smaller time frame, within a trend shifting area on the higher time frame, and then you have 2 and 2 conflicting indices. So for me, that's like almost as conflicting as you can get.
Yeah.
And despite the shorts working, sometimes I just kind of have to stick to it because, if you break your plan today, you could break your plan tomorrow or next week.
We'll see here. The 2-minute failed to get a close above previous day's low again. Let's start getting names added to the wheel here for the Lucid 100K test account giveaway. 5 minute couldn't get a close above either. Whew. Shorts look good again. At this point, we're kind of just looking like a 5 minute bear flag, 15-minute potential 3-bar to the downside.
The trading view's been so laggy. I don't know if anybody else is experiencing that, but
That's so annoying when that happens.
so annoying.
Jeez, I didn't even realize I put this thing on the screen. I didn't mean to put that wheel up there. I will, man. I actually didn't even start adding the names yet. That was still left over from yesterday, I think. I didn't even mean to put that up on the stream there. That's my bad. Good thing it wasn't your OnlyFans page, Zach. I was looking at that earlier.
That would have been a disaster. This action is just tough because I have to assume now again, that we're gonna have an hourly inside bar until we don't.
Yeah, this is tough. It's still just battling here.
The move, I think, we had the long that actually played out, sure, but we also had data there, so we didn't know exactly how it was going to impact it.
Yeah.
But the real quote move was the short. Now it's over with, so it's like kind of like what now?
Two-minute right into the opening print again, and it's little ranges in between levels have been. Today would have been a nice scalping day.
Yeah. Which is typically what I like. That's why I'm a little annoyed that I missed that initial short, but I just had too much of of hope to break through because of my long positions. I am feeling a bit shaky, though, I will say, about the overall markets. It's been pretty uneasy, honestly, for a couple weeks now, but especially now after we've kind of gotten this rally back up in the Qs. I mentioned this yesterday on like regular voice chat in the Discord, but I'll talk about it again here. Regardless, Tyler, I think you gotta move that little thingy real quick.
Is it up again?
Yeah.
Why is it? I don't understand.
No worries.
I don't know why. I didn't even. These things are just like. I
I
have
know.
them all
Trust me,
hidden on OBS, and they're just like coming out of nowhere on me. I'm not even doing it.
All right, cool. We're good.
Yeah, should be.
So what I was saying is that now that we have a lot of data, after this initial dump. We got this pretty hefty dump, not quite a 10% retracement, but it was over a 5% retracement on the Qs. We retraced back down to that monthly 8 EMA, the 20, on the weekly. But now we're putting in what could be our first legit potential lower high on the higher time frames. And again, now we're kind of in that area where, okay, we put in at least a decent lower high. We've dropped from around 630 to 606, 607 on Qs, where that's decent enough to say that's a pivot. Now it's like, okay, do we put in another higher low? Do we continue lower? And we don't know. That's the tough part because we're in that, like I mentioned, that trend shifting area. So, we're not going to really know until it happens, but it's kind of now at the point where it's like, take your bets. Do you think we hold here and this is the higher low? Do you think we continue lower? My personal bet is that, and again, this doesn't mean anything, but just if I had to choose, I do think we hold because higher time frame wise, the Dow does look pretty strong, right? Pretty controlled 3-bar pullback, at least as of now. The Russell overall, if you zoom out, is also pretty strong today. It's a bit weak, but we initially had that big drop and we broke the previous highs. Now we're kind of pulling back to the previous highs. And ES is stronger than Qs, but still not overly strong. So the fact that the other indices are not completely giving it up, right? That's what makes me more optimistic that we do hold. But we shall see.
Yeah, 15 minutes looking pretty strong. VIX is breaking back down. Yep. Oh, I'm getting hungry. I'm excited to eat something.
Today, I don't know, last time I was on here what the situation was, but I mentioned I was looking to take a payout from Apex, ultimately got denied.
Oh, I meant
So
to ask you about that actually. We didn't
yeah,
talk about it.
yeah. So I got denied, and then I had to like re-flip the days or whatever, which is the stupidest rule to begin with. But I'll explain it all in a second. But today is like after today's session is the day I can like re-request. So wish me luck. We'll see if the fortune is here today. But basically, it's really the dumbest rule, and this is why I don't ever advocate for Apex. I just am trying it now at this point to expand my arsenal of firms.
Yeah.
And I 100% knew what I was getting into with them.
Yes, this is not
But
like shocking by any means.
yes, exactly. It's not like totally shocking, right? But at the same time, I was a little bit more optimistic. But nonetheless, the rule that I got denied for, which I didn't even know was a rule, is I just got an alert of something. Okay, it's GEV trying to come back. All right, let's see if we can rally back from the depths. So the rule I got banged for is a rule I never heard of with Apex or any firm, but they do not have a daily loss limit on Apex,
Okay.
which is good or bad. But they have a rule that if you draw down over 30%, if I'm saying this correctly, if you draw down more than 30% from your highest peak, you can
Okay.
get denied a payout. So
Okay.
I at
So
one point I think the account was roughly like I was about $5,000 in profit. My accounts were at like 55,000 on a $50,000 account, and so I was in about 5,000 in profit roughly, and whatever the numbers made out to be at one point, I had a down day or two, and I drew down like 1,700. I remember I took like one real bad trade. It was like minus like 850, and I took like a couple more paper cuts or something like that. But ultimately, eventually rallied it all back, and when I requested the payout, I was at 56.5. So I got back to the peak and way beyond the peak, and they ultimately denied it and said that I couldn't, lose more than 30% in a day or whatever. Um, Pretty dumb, because I get it though, because they don't want someone to build cushion and then just like leverage a lot to try to go
Yeah.
for the home run trade. But at the
Yeah.
same time, like that's a very valid strategy. Like work your way, chip away, chip away, chip away,
Yeah.
grow the account. I also wasn't even going for a home run. I think I had like maybe two minis in, which like is big, but it's not like I was in there with 5 or 6 minis, right?
Yeah.
I
Not
had
like you
two
full
minis with
size
like
the
a
account. Like
25 point stop.
they give
Yeah,
you way more buying
exactly.
power than that.
Exactly. You can go up to 10 minis, right?
Yeah.
Which I didn't do, obviously. But point is, I got denied for that. So today is the day where I can ask again. So
Yeah.
I
At least they
am
don't.
praying.
At least they don't like take the accounts from you,
Yeah,
or do they agree? They don't reset your profit or anything, do they?
no. So they don't reset the profit, but then the thing is, what they tell you to do, which again, like, is good because they don't take it from you, but also dumb at the same time. They make you trade 8 more days, and 5 of the 8 days, you need to make $50 or more.
Yeah.
So it's like
Yeah. So, but
it's
it
just
just
annoying.
gives them. It puts you in a situation where I'm sure a lot of people end up then just blowing the account before ever getting back
Yeah,
to.
yeah.
Mm,
Exactly. Like that. Well, I didn't like below it, but um, there one of the days. So all I'm really trying to do is make $50. So I'm just sizing super small,
yeah.
and so like I went like I don't know 3 micros, and then I was down a little bit, and I'm like, okay, let me just like add like two, and I ended up adding like 10 micros worth, so basically a mini worth. And at one point I drew down like 500, $600. I'm like, okay, like can't do this again. At the
Yeah.
same time,
Yeah. When
I'm
you're
trying to make
trying to make
$50.
50, I know that sucks.
Yeah,
I've done
literally.
that.
Yeah, because I'm not using a quote a hard stop, when I'm only in there so small.
Yeah.
So
Now, so they have their accounts are intraday trailing drawdown. Do you
yeah,
have your
until
accounts
you
to a point where, at least that used to be this way, once you reach a certain profit in your account, it quit being intraday trailing?
yeah, so it's like above like 2,100, I believe.
Okay, so you're at that point. So that's
Yeah,
okay.
I was well beyond it. Yeah, for
Okay,
sure.
so that's why then they have the 30% from the peak, because you have then the
Yeah,
cushion to where you could, yeah, full port without the intraday trailing affecting you.
exactly. Yeah,
Gotcha. Gotcha.
exactly.
That's definitely frustrating, but I'm glad you got it back
Yeah,
to where you're at here. I wish you the best on the request here.
thank you, thank you. Also, guys, I just closed the Rivian contracts that I added back. Nothing crazy, like 15%, but just to kind of piece back a little bit of the unrealized loss. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to add 3 more of the $20 calls.
Chat, I need to know who's gonna step up and compete on trading the game show. Who's gonna be the first viewer contestant?
If I could only trade one or two futures platforms, it's a good question. I would probably say Take Profit Trader would be number one, but the thing is, it's definitely not necessarily for beginner traders, because they do have the intraday trailing drawdown until you hit the buffer. But never really had it. I mean, I will say the only complaint I have with them is their customer support is beyond awful. Like it's almost non-existent.
I've
So
heard that too.
yeah, they might as well not even have customer support. But putting the customer support issue aside, never had any issues. I withdrew over 100K from them and never got denied. Um, so they're probably number one. I would then probably say Tradeify number two. They just actually released on Tradeify a daily payout method, which I haven't yet done, but when and if hopefully, I know what I get that, I'll let you guys know.
Tyler, did you mean prop firm when you said that, or do you mean platform as in like the physical platform like Trade of Eight or Project X or whatever? Take Profit, do they use Trade of Eight? I guess Project X is going to be only at Top Step now, I think, right?
Yeah.
Can you integrate your trading view charts into Trade of Eight?
I don't believe so. I think it's the other way around. I think you can
Okay.
take orders on TradingView via Trade of Eight.
But yeah, I agree with Zach. I mean, I think Take Profit's good. They have some direct. I think they have direct to funded and test account options.
No,
Tradeify.
take profit just test.
Oh, just test. They don't have any straight two. I thought they had a straight two. Okay.
No, no, and that's another thing is that again, they have the good and the bad with every firm, but it takes 5 days to get funded, which at least as of now is probably the longest in the space. Um, but again,
Yeah,
with the
that's I do
ability
remember
to
that. Yeah.
is good.
Yeah. Most of the firms you can get funded pretty quick now. Um, most of them it would be like 2 days. They have like maybe a 50% roll, but a lot of them have 1 day or straight to funded. But Take Profit's good, Tradeify's good, Lucid's good. Um, we have no affiliation with them at all, but I do think Top Step is good. They've been around, the longest.
I will say, just because again, my number one thing is always transparency, regardless of who and what and where.
Yeah, sure.
Um, and again, that's just always what I am, and I feel bad not doing it. But I will say there is a little bit of friction that I don't love with Lucid. Um, I got a payout from them initially, no problem. So the payout was fine, but they do have a max contract require or allowance, right? So you can only have a certain amount of contracts traded, which is fine.
Once
Most
you're
firms
funded, you
have
mean
that.
like they limit?
Yeah. So it's like, you can only trade 2 minis, or 20 micros or whatever. Most
Mm,
firms have something like that. That's fine. However, what's not fine is they don't have the automation that majority of the firms have
oh, so they
to
they allow you to go over, then
they allow
punish
you
you
to go
for it.
over.
Yeah,
And
that's
yeah, and
that's
and and to me, I've traded with a dozen plus prop firms now. The only other firm to not have that was Funded Future Family, which we all know
bro.
the disaster.
I was literally gonna say the exact
Yeah,
same thing. I was gonna say the same. That's the only
exactly.
other firm I've ever
And
seen do that.
exactly. But because of, again, and I'm just, I'm not saying it because it's me, but because of me, I was able to actually change that. And since then, they actually have implemented now that hard rule, right?
Oh, they did change
So
it. Okay,
initially,
good, good. I was about
yeah,
to
they did
call them
because
out,
of
and be like,
making it
Lucid,
much.
change that right now.
Yeah. I mean, I will say they changed it and they like credit everybody back their accounts and then Funded Future Family banned me. So I couldn't even get the payout. But whatever. Besides
Oh,
the
I think
fact,
I might have seen maybe that in the Discord
yeah,
when that
yeah.
was happening. Yeah,
Super unfortunate, but it is what it is. I lost like a
man, what a
20K
shit show
payout.
that whole situation
I
was.
know. But point is that so initially I was trading. I didn't even know that was a rule. And so I got dinged because I went like 6 micros over the amount, figuring I would just have like order denied. And then the
Yeah,
other
yeah.
day I was trading and I went 1 micro over the limit. I thought I counted right. I guess I overclicked, didn't notice, and then By the time I noticed, it was too late, and so I lost all my profit for the day.
Yeah, when every other platform has the restrictions in place where it'll say, order denied, whatever, it's doable. So like the only reason to not have it in
Yeah.
place is because people do make those mistakes when trading, and it's
Yeah, I mean, again, I want to give them the benefit of the doubt. Maybe there's another reason, but like in theory, every other firm I use has that in place, and like
yeah.
the fact that I lost $1,000 per account of profit over what maybe was an extra $20 because of one micro is, super, super unfortunate. But
Well, that's good. If they changed, updated, shout out Zach for the
yeah,
for getting them to change it. But yeah,
and as
that's
I've spoken to the support, so I'm hoping they make the change, but we'll see.
Oh man, there was something I wanted to say. Oh yeah, that's what it was. I so we brought up the FFF thing. So obviously there's all that drama on Twitter and stuff, which we don't even need to get into. But there's a brand called Traders Fight League, and they hosted this traders boxing match with a bunch of trade influencers, and
Hmm.
it was in Miami. This was, I don't know, this was like at least a year ago, maybe more. But apparently they're putting together a second one, and I saw Danny on there saying he
Oh
wants
my
to
God,
fight in it and stuff. I was cracking up. I'm like, man, he's the
that
dude
is just that
never
guy's just too
stops.
much.
Oh.
He's too much.
There was all kinds of internet trader drama this I've been seeing this last week or two.
Yeah, that's probably the first and only time I would ever involve myself in online trader
Yeah,
beef, but
yeah, it was,
I
yeah,
mean,
that situation. Yeah,
it was
yeah,
just
I remember. Yeah, you made the video breaking it down,
yeah,
uh, which
yeah,
was just straight facts.
I know. And then he literally posted a screenshot of what I wrote to support in the video, and then he writes on the screen like other words that I didn't even say, and I literally responded like, "You see what I said? I literally said, let me know if you're gonna like honor this payout or if I should continue trading like normal." And he was like, "This guy is asking for blah 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 blah." And I'm like, "You literally see what I said. I'm not trying to hide it.
Yeah,
I would
yeah,
say
yeah.
it to your face.
Oh, dude,
I didn't ask for
he's
nothing.
such a
I
clown.
asked the question. I didn't say give it to me. I said, are you like going to honor it or not? Like, let me know before I keep trading. There's no point to keep trading if you're not going to honor it."
Well, yeah, but when they first started that, Jay Dunn reached out and he actually hired me to host their live stream on YouTube, and then
Oh wow.
basically ghosted me. Like hired me in December, gave me a contract, and like agreed upon like a salary and everything. This was in December, and then just ghosted me for a month, and that's like when all that stuff started to go on shortly after.
Yeah.
And he's whatever, he got out of his part of it, and
Yeah.
yeah. So retrospect, probably dodged a bullet. Well, still stuck in this range here. The NQ level accuracy has still been.
Yeah. So at least as of now, you still have one more 15-minute bar, but hourly inside bar still for NQES. And really have no interest in doing anything as of now. So I'm probably just going to be hanging out till
Yeah,
we
here
hop
I'm gonna
off here.
put the giveaway wheel on the screen and chat. You guys, make sure your names are on there. Now I can't get the wheel to show. All right, we got it. All right, chat. Make sure you see your YouTube username on the wheel. Thought, I think you should be on there now. Tyler, I don't see Tyler on there. Cheesecake. Is Cheesecake a real username? Or is that your Discord name? John Carter. Do you want me to use Discord name? Okay, so just use Cheesecake. It's gonna be for a 100K Lucid test account. TX. All right, anybody? Savannah, we got you there. Or Sauna, Savannah, Sauna, we got you there. Anybody else? Anybody else not see their username up there? Man, Chris, I'm not even gonna try to pronounce your last name, brother. I apologize. I went to school with a Kazakowitz, and that's kind of what it reminds me of. Kazakowitz. All right. Anybody else? Anybody else need added? Polish. Okay. Okay. I got the Polish in me. Love me a good pierogi. Load that bad boy up in some onions. Time we got here, 19. All right, we'll give another minute or two. If you don't see your YouTube username, go ahead and drop it the next minute or two here. Then we'll spin it. Oh, that's the good stuff there, baby. Maybe that's what I need to eat for lunch. I'm hungry over here. We got Aaron coming on for the nooner. NQ just continuing to be stuck in this range now. Bum, bum, bum. You got to be here to claim this, so be ready to claim it if you win here. We're going to be spinning in a minute. Make sure you're ready to claim it. Give you a minute to claim it here. If not here, we're going to be spinning again quick, so be ready to go. Apex must have been listening to me. I just got the text. Apex, 90% off. Ends tonight. You guys in the chat, you've been asking Santa for prop firm accounts for Christmas.
That Apex 90% sale.
All I want for Christmas is you. All I want for Christmas is payout. OBS disconnected. It says reconnecting. All right. We're gone, but we should be back. Can you hear me, Zach?
I can hear you.
Okay.
Yep.
We cut out there for a second. Aaron, was there a Google Sheet or something we had to fill out? Sorry, I can't find. Oh, I didn't have it pinned, but yeah, let me get that. I'll drop that and then we'll spin. So just a sheet, fill out your contact information so that way we can contact you if you win. And get you the proper coupon code. Yeah, that OBS cut out for a second there. We're back. All right, so if you haven't filled out your contact info, you can do so at that link that I just dropped in the chat. Without further ado, now that you guys are peeping on my Discord messages. All right, here we go. We're gonna spin. Drum roll. Oh my god! Oh, I thought Tea Time. She won the swear jar yesterday. I thought she was about to get another account. Let's go, Nathan McMahon. Nathan McMahon, 400. Are you here? Are you here? Are we here, Nathan? I know. I was gonna say, man, if you won it again, oh man, that'd have been crazy. Nathan, are you here? Are you here, Nathan? We've got 40 seconds here till we hit the 11:25. Don't make me spin it again. I'll do it. Oh man, I think Nate might have missed out here.
Uh-oh.
There's one dude who he one time, like, he didn't respond for a while. It wasn't to the fact that he won. It was about putting his name on the wheel. He was like, "Sorry, man, I'm watching it work." I'm like, I had to sneak, I had to get away. And I was like, all right. So ever since then, I'm like, I'm trying to give him a second, but all right. We're spinning it in, I'm watching the second clock.
There it is.
I was about to spin it, Nate. He beat the bell. I was giving him 10 seconds. Oh, shout out, Nate.
Nice.
Oh, let's go. Nate, were you on and just in the middle of something, or did somebody reach out to you? What? How did we get you back on? We got him, baby. We got him. Congrats, bro. I'll get this marked down in the sheet, and then Callan will be reaching out via email to get you the coupon code for the Lucid 100K account. Okay. Well, I'm glad you came back, brother. I'm glad you came back. I would have felt bad if you got back right after we spun again. Oh, awesome. So Nathan, I think you may be a part of the Discord, but if not, make sure you have that pinned chat. Fill out your contact information at the link, and Callan will get you an email sent over with the coupon code for your Lucid 100K account. If you're in the Discord, you might be able to just open a support ticket, but either way, we'll make sure Callan gets you taken care of. But with that, I think we'll wrap up this morning's live trading segment. Zach, we appreciate you coming on and dropping your knowledge with us and hanging out. We
everybody have a good, happy, New Year, Christmas, Hanukkah, whatever you guys celebrate. I'm not going to see you guys till next year, so finish the year strong. For those not in the Discord.
Absolutely. Do I see C? I don't know what that means. Oh, okay, must have been a mistake. All right, yeah. So yeah, Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, Happy New Year, everybody. We love you guys. We'll be back at 12 o'clock after lunch here, a quick lunch break, and then Aaron will be back on breaking down this morning's action. So make sure you guys stick around for that. We'll talk to you later. Bye, everybody.
Have a good one, guys.
All right, Aaron, we're back. Chat, we're back. Go ahead and take it away for the nooner, my friend.
What's up, everybody? All right, make sure you say hi. We'll give everybody a couple minutes to get in. Choppy Chopperton, VIX is in a range, indices in a range. Nothing too crazy today. We'll see if this afternoon brings us anything here. All right, who we got? Hello, hello. What's up, Adrian? What's up, Mr. Wealth? How's everybody doing? Starting to warm up all the way up to 30 degrees. All right, here comes everybody. All right, guys, hope everybody had a good morning. We got all sorts of crosswinds. We got really low participation right now. We do have that CPI tomorrow, so we'll see. But we have really low participation right now. Slow. Not surprising going in this time of the year. All right, guys, well, let's get started here. So starting off with the VIX. Now, remember, today is the last day for the current VIX contract. All right, so the Z contract or Z expires today. So going into the afternoon, we can still watch the Z contract, okay? So what you're looking at here, if you're on TradingView, use the specific Z contract, all right? So we're just in a range, all right? We've still got these shorts we're in from 1985. Where is it? There it is, 1985, okay? That was on the 24th. The indices are still in this too. All right, lows to lows. That was our pullback on Friday, and we have not broken that halfway back short from highs. So, but we're just in this range, right? So these highs on, remember this is VX, the VIX futures, right? So as the VIX falls, indices rally, VIX rally, indices falls. It's inverse. So from our highs on the 12th, it was last Friday, to our lows, that's what's acting as resistance. We haven't come down and actually hit this 1595 target yet. We are absolutely stuck in this range right here. Okay, this didn't break. 34, round up to 35 at a tick. 40, we traded right to our line in the sand and right back down. All right, so as we're going into the afternoon, just be aware that, right, that this, as of right now, right, this is just a range. Okay, just a range. I don't want it right there. I want it up one. There we go. All right, so there's our range right there. Now, if the VIX starts falling through this, right, we're, either way this thing goes, right, we start falling through this, indices are going to rally. There's a lot of fuel for the indices to rally. Now, if we break through these highs, we've got resistance above us, but the indices are going to fall. Okay, so right now, everything in the middle is getting run over. All right, so you can trade the bottom of the range, trade the top of the range, right? Definitely want to stay out of the middle. That's where rattlesnakes are. Dangerous. Okay, so coming back down to the bottom of the range. You can see this just getting tighter and tighter and tighter. All right, so we'll see what price tells us, right? What price tells us. Any questions on the VIX going into the afternoon? Anybody? Anybody? Everybody good? Okay. So that's where that is. Nothing has changed, right? Nothing has changed. We've been in this range since yesterday, right? Top of the range, bottom of the range. All right. So there's still buyers down here looking to hedge against downside risk. That's what that is. All right. As long as there's buyers sitting down here, then we're gonna stay stuck. Okay. All right. Now moving on to our financials. Look at what's going on right now. All right, we've got our financials falling, right? What's up, Art? We've got our financials falling, right? And we've got the VIX falling, okay? Those are crosswinds, right? This is bullish for the indices. This is bearish for the indices, right? So just very low participation, So our financials are still in longs, right? They're still in massive long setups. All right, VIX is in shorts, bank is in longs, indices are in longs. We're just slow. Okay, we're just very, very slow. So we're coming back down to yesterday's lows here on our financials. So we'll see. Remember, this is just an index, right? This isn't traded. So this line right here is our high of 2025. That's why I've got it on there. So we just dipped below our highs of 2025. So we'll see where it finds support, right? But if it keeps falling like this, even if the VIX is falling, this is that boat anchor, right? This is hard. This makes it really hard for the indices to go up. All right. Imagine a ship, right, trying to go forward, and it's got a boat. It's got an anchor, right? That's what this acts like. Okay. So until bank would turn around, right, it's going to be real difficult for the indices to head up. All right. We're just going straight sideways up here. All right. Nothing saying it's going to bounce right there. That's yesterday's lows. That's our low of the week, actually, right there. Okay. So we'll see going into the afternoon if we get any sort of bounce off of that. Okay. What's up, Miss Tomika? What's up? What's up? How are you? All right. So we'll see. All right. So if we see the VIX continue to go down, bank starts to rally off of these lows of the week, then we could see a little pop on the indices. But if that doesn't happen, then we're just stuck. What's the VIX doing? Back down to the bottom of the range. All right. Just very low participation. All right. So here's the indices now, or the ES. ES still in this massive long. This is junk up here, guys. This is rough sledding. All right. From 1124, that's just inverse of the VIX. 1124 to December 5th, right? There's our extension long. And this is a big old sneaky snake up here. This is rough sledding up here, guys. Don't get caught up in this mess, right? So coming off of these highs, you can see what happened was we didn't actually break that. We broke it on the VIX. We didn't break it on the ES. So just a range, right? Bottom of the range, right? This was actually an unfilled gap down here. Bottom of the range, top of the range. Actually today, top of the range up here. So just use the VIX as your guide, right? We're coming down to the bottom and you see us bounce, then the indices are going to roll over, right? We keep going, the indices are going to rally. But we come back, just like we've done all morning, we come down to the bottom, squeeze back to the top, right? Falls out of the top, indices are going to show strength. Same thing, just ping-ponging back and forth in here. Like a big coiled spring, right? Eventually this thing's going to break out. We'll see. Don't know if that's going to be this afternoon, but we'll see. All right, so there's the bottom of our range on the indices, right? Gap fill this morning. This was really interesting. So here's 20 points away. Or I'm sorry, yeah. Here's 20 points away. And there's 930 right there. All right, so Europe got its fill and went up and filled the gap. Then we fell and we dropped right into this 20 points and we rallied right to the half. All right, and then obviously made our pullback. Where's 30, 59, so that'd be 49. Came down to about 45, but we opened right there, right? We opened with inside of those 20 points. So that gives us that 70% chance of the gap filling. And it eventually, after this pullback, went up and filled. And that's been our high, right? Gap fill has been our high. And you see all the profit taking as soon as we got there. So that was the high probability, right? And now we're just stuck, right? Just stuck. So if you're seeing this, that means that the VIX must be bouncing off the bottom of that range again. All right. Yep, right there. VIX bouncing off the bottom of the range. Look at that. It's actually going into a wedge. We're getting lower highs and higher lows, just getting tighter and tighter and tighter. All right. Eventually something's going to happen. We just don't know when that's going to be. All right, there's our financials. Okay, so just let the VIX be your guide. Easiest thing to do, right? Just let the VIX be your guide right here. This is rough, guys. Be very careful in this. All right, you can get caught up in this mess. Bubblegum area, right? Get chewed up. Okay, so there's the ES, right? Moving on to the NASDAQ, all right? Here's the NASDAQ. Kind of held that long from lows. See, this is junk, guys. This is absolute junk right here. No trending whatsoever. This is just bottom of the VIX range, top of the VIX range. Just look at it like that, right? Don't expect anything to break out. If it does, we can buy the pullback, okay? But bottom of the range, top of the range, that is rough sledding in there. All right, that is rough sledding in there, okay? Until the VIX breaks out of that range, don't expect these indices to do a whole lot. All right. Okay, so moving on to the YM and the Russells. Now they're a little bit different. All right, when you look at the YM, where'd it go? All right, here's the YM. Ended up breaking that new extension long. Okay. Now we're not going to get too excited about that, but unless bank turns around, remember these are the most sensitive to bank's movements, the YM and the Russell. So if bank keeps falling, it's going to drag the YM through this. All right. If bank finds support at this week's lows and starts to lift off, then it's going to pull the YM out of this. But you can see this little trend developing on the YM, right? It's pretty obvious right there, right? So you can continue to trail from these highs, just as long as bank is cooperating. I'm actually going to delete this. As long as bank is cooperating and isn't strengthening, then the YM could make this larger pullback. Absolutely, it could. Okay. So just watch bank going into the afternoon. Now the Russell's absolutely held it short. Okay, it's making a pullback. All right, and its pullback, its initial extension long, I believe it was from here. Yeah, it was right there. So it could make a full pullback. It could even come halfway back. We don't know yet. And we won't know until it breaks shorts. Okay, so right now it's in a downtrend. All right, so if bank continue, this is off of these highs. This is halfway back on the week. That's Monday, 10 a.m. highs. Down here to our lows overnight on Monday. There's our pullback, almost to the tick there. What is that? 56 or 68, 80, 66, 80, almost. Yeah, almost. So we'll watch here again. Just watch bank. If bank rallies off its lows, right? There's the lows of the week for the Russells, right? Dipped into its lows of the week. Bank is at its lows of the week. So if we fall through the lows of the week on bank, taking the Russells down, if we bounce, the Russells are going to lift back off and they can squeeze until bank rolls back over. All right. So there's the indices. So not a whole lot going on here, right? Not a whole lot going on. All right, let's see. It's just bouncing off the bottom of that range. See if bank's going to turn green here. At least stop going down. That'll help. So what we can watch for here on bank is at least a 15-minute bar to close green. Now the VIX is kind of jacking up our giddy up here, but by being at the bottom. But we'll see if bank turns a corner here. We want to see at least a 15-minute bar close green, right? You can see how tight, look at how tight this is, right? And that's why we're not getting this push, right? Just really slow. Trying to start a bid off these lows, but we'll see. This needs to fall through, right? This needs to fall through for us to get any sort of rally going. All right. Okay, so questions, VIX bank indices. Anybody? Scalper heaven, yep. You're right, Boca. Everybody set? Okay. All right, we'll see. Remember, we got CPI tomorrow, so it's a catch-up CPI, but still have CPI, so that should definitely get us moving. All right, moving on to Bitcoin, just making its pullback. All right, remember we're in these October 17th lows to lows. That never broke. Right, never broke. So we broke this opposing move, right there. So we got our next short setup. All right. There we go. I don't know, Aaron. I'll wait till the closer to the end of the day. Let's see what I'm going to do. I'll let you guys know for sure. So we'll see. But here's that pullback. Here's that pullback. We'll see how deep we get into this before we roll back over. Now that we broke that long, so that confirmed our targets down at 75. Okay. So we'll see. Might think about adding if we get up here and we start to roll back over. Think about adding to that Bitcoin short position. All right. So it's being technical. It's just being really slow. All right. It's being technical. It's just being really slow. Okay. Let's move on. Do this. Do this. Where's my other thing? Hang on. There it is. And then, hang on, guys. There we go. Okay. All right, so here's spot. All right, it's in the same draws. Now, normally we'll default to spot, right? See how it never broke that short? Never broke that short setup? All right, and it's broken the long from low, so we're watching the same thing. All right, we're watching for these pullbacks. All right, coming off of those highs. Right there. All right, so we'll see, again, we'll see how deep we get into this before we roll back over. All right, but that's the trend. That is the trend. All right, so there's Bitcoin. Nothing's changed. It's behaving, right? It's behaving. Okay, stocks. We got any stocks you guys want to see? Stocks. Squirrel, what's going on? Squirrel made it. Any stocks, anybody? Bank's getting a little pop here, we'll see. No stocks at all? Anybody? Okay. We had a slow stock week. All right. Okay. All right, moving on then. Oh, here we go. Hang on. All right, here we go. We got some coming through now. All right. Mike D, VRTX. Yes, take a look. All right. Oh, this is a pharmaceutical. Yeah. Anything I show you on pharmaceuticals, just understand it's just a guide, right? Pharmaceuticals are dangerous to trade. They're so very news driven, right? Okay, so that broke. All right. So on the larger time frame, you're in this long from October 11th of 21 to our highs in November 11th of 24. There's your pullback right there. Now this thing just broke its opposing move, right? It's broken it twice. So we can watch for, this is on the larger time frame. You can watch for this pullback, right? You can watch for that pullback right there. Let's see if there's a little trend. There's a little stair-step trend leading us up here. There's just a series of measured moves. There's Fred Flintstone getting his car going, right? And then coming off of that low. Right there. Right there. And then this next stair step up. Right there. So you can keep following those. Right? You can keep following those right there. Keep trailing those. But if they break, just know that you're coming halfway back. All right. If those break, just know you're coming halfway back. Okay? So that current long it's in right now is from November 4th to December 3rd. Right there. All right. If you wanted to drill down, I don't know what time frame you're looking at. If you wanted to drill down, all right, you could watch this little move inside of there. So that's what that one looks like. All right. But just remember, with pharmaceuticals, all sorts of weird stuff can happen. All right. Okay, what else we got? All right. There you go, Mike. Tesla, Apple, NVIDIA. Easy enough. Tesla, Apple, NVIDIA. All right, Tesla. I was just looking at all these this morning. Tesla was the only one showing any life here this morning. All right, so remove that. All right, there's your long, right, from June 5th of this year to our highs on November 3rd. There's your pullback. Now we've gone, through the opposing move. So there's on the daily chart, there's still the opportunity for this pullback, right? So let's zoom in a little bit. All right, so here's your extension long. So let me go, I'll show you the 1 hour, it'll be easier to see. All right, there's your double bottom. Here's your first pullback right here. All right, and then you're just going up in a series. Actually, let's see. Blew through that, went 2 and through that target and blew through it. All right. Briefly sloppy, but I wouldn't get too excited about that. Right there. Blew through that target. Now there is a gap below here that you'll have to be aware of. But that broke too. So more than likely what's going to happen right here is this is going to make a new high. And when this makes a new high, even if it's just by 10 cents, okay, if we get higher than 482.05 up here, if we get a higher high, you're going to draw from this high right here on Friday the 5th. You're going to draw to that new high, and that's going to be your extension long. Let me see something real quick. You could almost call that an amateur gap too. It was an amateur gap. All right, so we can actually take this dip out of here. That doesn't count. It was an amateur gap, right? So it looks like that. There you go. All right. So there's your trend right there. There's your support coming off of these highs on the 5th to our high here on the 15th. There's your pullback. This isn't broken because that's an amateur gap. Filled that gap the same day. So there's your support, traded into it again right there. So targets are up here at this 486. So you're just going sideways right now, right? I wouldn't trust anything in the middle. See how we're touching the top? So that's actually where you are, right? That's where you are. Okay, targets are up at 486, and you've got much larger targets above you, right? Way up there at 521. All right, so that's what it looks like. That's what it looks like right there. Go to that high, yeah, on the 5th. Okay? So that's what Tesla looks like. If that breaks, right? If that breaks, then you're just making a larger pullback. Okay? That's where you're sitting right now. All right? So that's Tesla. Okay. What's up, Edward? Apple and NVIDIA. Yep. Apple was making a pullback. Yep. Still is. All right. So there's the extension long on Apple. We're still in. When's our earnings? Oh, not for a while. So there's your extension long, Nate, from Friday, October 3rd to our highs up here, December 3rd. So there's your, you dropped right into support. All right, dropped right into support. See if there's anything in here yet. Oh, there's your pullback right there. Go down a little bit. There's not a whole lot going on there. All right, these type of candles screw everything up as far as any sort of measured move. We could go off of these highs. Target, highs, target right there. That's what I would watch. Really briefly sloppy, but I'd watch for this to break from this high here. And it did, it pierced. All right, so you can watch to see if you get a pullback to hold. If you get a pullback to hold and lift off, then all of a sudden it's starting to change trend. VIX right back to the top of the range. So yeah, that's how I would look at that. I mean, you're still in this massive long, right? You're still in this massive extension long, but that's how I would look at that. All right, the next like worker bee move would be off of the, I mean, that's an amateur gap too. So that's just, that candle jacks things up, like be up there. That'd be your first clue right here, is if this holds. That'd be your first clue right there if that holds. All right. So if you start holding longs coming out of support, you know what that means, right? You're all of a sudden you're changing trend. Okay. All right, NVIDIA still in shorts, right? Which is putting all that down pressure on the NASDAQ. All right, here's the extension long that it's finally dropped into, all right, from our highs. What is that, June 20th of 24, all right, to our all-time highs up here, October 30th of this year. That's the support, right? That's the support right here. But you can see we have not broken out of short setups. All right, and that's putting some serious down pressure, you know, on the broad markets. Let me zoom in here. All right, coming off of these highs, you can see it right there, right? Bing, bang, boom, right there. Right, haven't hit that target yet. So there could be even a smaller one right here holding us down. So, I mean, NVIDIA's got some work to do, right? NVIDIA has some work to do. All right, first clue would be breaking out of these, right? Breaking out of these 179, 77s, and then seeing if we hold a pullback. That'd be clue number one, that we're starting to change trend, but it's in a pretty substantial downtrend, right? Absolutely it is. So, you know, that's where it's at. It hasn't changed trend yet. Hasn't changed trend yet. All right. There we go. All right. Okay. All right. Any other stocks, guys? Anybody else? Anybody good? Okay. All right. So let's move back to this here. All right, VIX right back to the top. Look at that. That is just nonsense, right? How wide is that range? 55 to, call it 17. That's, what was 10 ticks would be 50 cents. So I guess it's not that small. It just seems tiny. All right, chop, 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 chop. All right, same thing on the indices. Chop, 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 chop. All right, bank trying to do something, coming out of those lows of the week. But we'll see. This is, nothing's really going to happen until this thing gets resolved, right? So no reason to stare at it and be frustrated. Just going to do what it's going to do. Okay, moving on. Now, gold and silver. All right, here's gold. Now, gold's in massive longs, right? It's longs of longs of longs of longs. All right. Here's what we're watching on the, you know, medium time frame. We're in these long setups from December 2nd, Oh, you guys can't see that. There we go. December 2nd to our highs. All right, there's our pullback right there. This was a stair step up move from this new contract, lows to highs that was briefly sloppy. Okay, so there's your pullback. Now we've broken the short from highs, so we were watching this long from lows to see if that would lift us off. And with the just ick participation we have right now, nothing is holding or anything. This broke. All right, that long pierced right there. Okay, so it's just sideways, right? Just sideways up here. Bottom of the range, top of the range. Okay, same thing. Nothing really going on as far as trending inside of that is what it is. Right, still in longs, absolutely. Supports down here. All right, we have major targets. We have all sorts of targets. Targets all the way up to 4607. All right, so not a whole lot to do here on gold. It's right in the middle right now, right in the middle. Now, moving on to silver. Okay, here's silver. Now, silver's still in these longs, but it was so bullish that it couldn't even make a pullback. All right, that's from October 16th, highs to highs. There's the pullback right there. Right there. That's all we got. And then we broke our opposing move from highs. So we're in longs, but we're getting tighter and tighter and tighter. You can see the wedge forming, right? Higher lows, lower highs. It's just getting tighter and tighter and tighter. Not much going on in here. All right, not much at all in the precious metals. They're just chilling out. All right, just chilling out. Okay, so let's get to the dollar. Now the dollar is playing a big role here. Right, here's DXY. All right, now DXY is not the dollar, remember, it's just a bunch of different currencies. It's just an index, it doesn't lead anything. Okay, so here's the extension shorts. Remember the first one, it was sloppy, and that's fine, it's an index, right? DXY can lie, you know that. But from our lows on December 4th, right there, it came down, targets hit. We're just trailing those extensions. All right, now when you look at the euro, it makes a little bit more sense, right? Because over 50% of this, remember, is the euro. So we start rolling out of these, dollar weakness. All right, dollar's getting hammered, right? The dollar is getting hammered. So rolling out of this dollar weakness, that's actually bullish for the indices and bullish for the precious metals. All right, so we have this brief dollar strength. See if this will roll us back into dollar weakness. So when we go to the actual currencies, here's the dollar yen. Now the dollar yen's it's at a great big long setup, but no shorts have broken. So the long means zero. All right. But it appears, and we were kind of going over this morning, we're actually going down. Let's see if this broke. No, it didn't break. We're actually going down in these more aggressive measured moves. It's just stair steps, right? Short, 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 right there. So this thing keeps falling, right? Dollar weakness most of the time. All right, dollar weakness. All right, we start bouncing and breaking shorts, then we can go into dollar strength trades, but we haven't. All right. So brief dollar strength, back into dollar weakness. All right, here's the euro. Okay, it's in these extension longs, and it's getting aggressive. Okay, because remember, these extension longs were from December 4th, right there, right? Went to our target. See how we haven't pierced this previous high? Right there? That's how we go into extensions of extensions, right? So if this thing makes a new high without giving us this pullback, right? Look how aggressive that is. Then we could go into extensions of extensions. That's crazy dollar weakness, right? Crazy dollar weakness. For now, we'll just count it as a front run of the 38.2. All right. But you can see there's no doubt about it. So if we continue with this dollar weakness, we had this brief dollar strength. All right. That's a headwind against the indices and the precious metals. But if we go from this brief dollar strength back to dollar weakness, right, then, you know, it's going to put a nice boost, right? Nice boost behind the indices and the precious metals. Because if these guys get up to targets, the precious metals are going to be flying, right? Okay, so there's the euro. Now look at the British pound. All right, there's its pullback. Don't do that. There we go. One more time. There's its pullback. All right, extension long from November 27th up here to our highs on December 11th. There's that pullback right there. Okay, there's that extension long. Targets are up here at 134.78. Well, inside of this, right, we can watch for these pullbacks to possibly jump into this trend. And it looks like that's what we got. Let's get this deck down here. Draw this right. There we go. All right, got it right there. Even if you drew off of this most recent low, right? I usually look at all the way back in the range. But you can see the trend, right? You can see the trend of the dollar. It's the dollar weakness trend. We're in dollar weakness trades right now. All right, targets are up here. So if that continues, it's going to help out the indices for sure. All right, going to help out the indices. So we've got bank right now. You can call it up a little bit. I'd call it more sideways down here. VIX absolutely sideways. But we've got the dollar weakness starting. If this dollar weakness continues, right, those are the big three, right? Those are the big three, VIX, bank, and the dollar. So for a substantial bullish run, we need bank strength, VIX weakness, dollar weakness, okay? When we get the big three playing nicely together, that's when we can get a big rally, all right? But they're not really playing nicely together. He's going sideways. He's just weak. So we'll see. But the dollar looks good. All right, dollar looks good. All right, so that's what we're looking at. Yeah, just don't get chewed up in this mess, right? Don't get chewed up in that mess. There's nothing going on other than top of the range here, bottom of the range here. That's insane. That is enough to make you like just leave your chart, just turn your computer off. Or turn your phone off. That's annoying. All right. Okay. All right. Any questions? Anything you guys might have missed? Anybody? This is just gross. I don't even like looking at this. It makes me angry. Just looking at that. It's irritating. No Santa Claus rally. Well, we've had a nice one, right? We've had a nice one. All right, we had starting back on, what is that? November 25th. All right, that started all this. So we'll see. This is our last full week, right? This is our last full week. So we'll see. I mean, we've got CPI tomorrow, so, and it's a catch-up CPI. So that's going to move us around. All right, that's going to move us around. No, we don't. Tomorrow's Wednesday, isn't it? My gosh. Sorry, CPI's on Wednesday. Or on Thursday. Oh my gosh. CPI's on Thursday. Our catch-up CPI. Okay. So tomorrow, actually, there's really nothing. All right, but yeah, CPI on Thursday, so that will definitely get us moving. All right, we made it through all of our news events today, NFP, all that fun stuff. Do we have a pending gap fill up top? No, we filled these. This filled. It filled during market hours right there. Filled right at 9:30 on the 15th. Filled right at 9:30 on the 15th. This was way back from October 31st, I believe. So no, not that I know of. Filled that one during market hours. Yeah, this is already filled now. Filled it right at 9:30. Last week, Friday. That right there, we filled that on Monday. 9:30, right there. So we filled that during market hours. There's our 9:30 There's our 9:30 bar right there. So yeah, so we came down and filled that during market hours. Yeah, we filled the one from October 31st, and then we filled that one. That was last Friday. Yeah. So all those are filled. I don't see any other than this one down here that we just haven't quite gotten to yet. But that was the old contract anyway, so I'm not too terribly concerned about that. All right, do the contract roll up. All right. That answer your question, Adrian? Hopefully. I think that's the one you're talking about. Right there. Fill that one. All right. Any other questions, anybody? Hopefully that answered your question, Adrian. Unless there's another one you're asking about that I don't see. All right. Anything else? Anybody? What do we got going? Nothing, probably, right? No. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah, bank roll back over. Yeah, just nothing going on. All right. Okay. All right, everybody. I'll put these draws up here in a few. It did. Okay, good, Adrian. But yeah, just be safe this afternoon. This is nonsense, right? We'll see around 2 o'clock, 1:30, 2 o'clock if things pick up. But just remember the time of the year, right? Remember the time of the year. All right. All right, you guys are the best. I appreciate it. Tyler, you good?
Yes, sir.
All right. Thanks, everybody. Talk to you soon. See you.
Thanks, Aaron.
All right, bye.
All right, guys. We do not have Ticker Tinder today. Duke's not able to make it, so we're just gonna wrap up a little bit early today. So thank you guys for tuning in to StockTV. We're back tomorrow at 8:15 a.m. sharp, where Aaron will be breaking down the morning, and then we're gonna be trading live with Amar and Lady Leverage, who consistently crushes it every time she's on stream. So it's always exciting having her on. So make sure you guys are back tomorrow. We do have more giveaways tomorrow and Thursday. We got some more. We're going to ramp that back up here, our last 2 streams before the holidays. So thank you guys for hanging out with us today, trading, and we'll see you guys first thing tomorrow morning. Everyone enjoy the rest of your day. Make sure you trade safe. Bye, everybody. Peace.